Hey, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dana Limreeses, and I just wanted to say today is Monday, this January 5th, I believe, which is really a great time for me to introduce this episode. And granted, I have done a lot of talking about airing the episodes at night, but unfortunately for me, and fortunately for you, I am being suppressed actively on YouTube. If you notice, some of the videos that were deleted because YouTube has made a massive mistake, and it's not a big deal to anyone unless they're in the legal community, but what I have represented is the world's first documented and established violation of my First Amendment digital rights. Granted, I'm using the word a lot, granted, huh? All right, we have a great show coming up. It is just slightly more than 4 hours long. And I want to express to all of the people in the Essex County courts that I very much apologize for inadvertently offending anyone, because all I am trying to do is speak the truth. Please understand that I am one of the few human beings in the world that is able to express myself in an honest and coherent fashion to a point where I find myself to be the only human in the country that is filming unedited and legitimate reality content. I know that you do not think this is a big deal, but for me, oh, hey now. For me, this is a big deal because the freedom of speech and the First Amendment right is an extremely important right in the United States of America. That right cannot be taken away from people if they have done nothing wrong. That being said, I find myself in a very simple paradox known as the rhesus paradox, which I will now introduce to you. And this entire video is one piece of evidence that is to be submitted to the Essex County Family Courts in support of my motion for this Friday to recognize it's one of two options. Option one is conspiracy, which created the rhesus paradox. Let's very quickly explain that option two is, oh, I did it again. Me and these numbers. Ladies and gentlemen, I am number one in the world in something called applied mathematics. If you don't know what it is, Wikipedia applied mathematics. The first sentence should clearly indicate to you why I am the best in the world at it. There is a judge that I saw this morning. She is a perfect example of a judge that is just doing her job. She did nothing wrong. I felt that she was professional, and just a few times she went off a little too far where she expressed her position of premeditating the actual motion, because essentially her notes predate everything that I said because she didn't take any of my oral argument, and that's how I'm able to know when a judge is preset in their rulings when they don't take key pieces of evidence. And I do it on purpose, and I apologize, just to see which judges are taking the things that I say into account and which judges. Now, I'm going to be getting a haircut today. I know this means nothing to you. So number one is the courts, let's say it's not a conspiracy, they're just confused. And being confused is okay in the regular sense of an audience. But being confused while at the same time writing court order after court order, destroying my life, my children's life, as well as several other things that I've really worked hard at, is not okay. So what I'm going to do is give everyone a chance to really understand what it is that I'm talking about. So the confusion, which is a question mark, leads me to very quickly take my phone out and see if there is a symbol for a paradox. Because human beings like myself, paradox symbol. And if not, I'm going to create one. Oh, wow. Apparently there is one, and it's something along the lines of a triangle that's both three-dimensional and two-dimensional, and what on earth? This is ridiculous. Let's go ahead and get rid of this because it's non-replicatable in a digital world, because it requires you to always be in disagreement. When you Google something and there's absolutely no resolution, let's go ahead and use this as the paradox. This is the rhesus paradox. Why? Because it is also the microbank symbol, and it really shows my thinking. And my thinking is relatively simple. Let me explain. The rhesus paradox is created when a court issues an order that the court in itself violates by the issuance of either other orders or the lack of adjudication going forward. And what that means is that once a rhesus paradox has been identified in court, that court must pause and resolve the current issues that were caused by the negligence of the court themselves, not the root issue, meaning that we are dealing in a divorce case with matrimonial matters and FV matters, which is domestic violence. FM stands for family matrimonial, FV stands for family violence. Two separate courts, two separate judges, two separate venues. Yet they are working in conjunction with one another where they support all the efforts to destroy me, whereas when I adjudicate my matters, they point a finger at one another. Well, I didn't do it. The other judge did it. The other judge says, no, I didn't do it. It was the other judge that's supposed to do it. And this paradox is virtually impossible to beat unless the judges recognize that they have made a mistake. Now, they can choose whether or not they would like to be labeled as co-conspirators in a completely illegal and criminal matter, which, please, ladies and gentlemen, take a moment before you criticize me, but even if you wear a black robe and are a judge, if you are participating in the act of legally kidnapping and alienating children, all because you have mislabeled me as a criminal without me having a chance to go through the criminal justice system, that means that you are just part of a conspiracy, which has been proven many times over, both in bankruptcy court, in civil court, and no matter how much anyone denies it, on YouTube. Why? Because the only thing that I've seen are videos that are taken down based on lies spread against me and my ability to post content, since I own the rights to it. I allow these lies to continue because what it does is it creates a venue for me to publish my content with the removal of my violated rights. This is very important for the future of my litigation because I intend to really proceed civilly. And I think it's very convenient for human beings who want to label me as some sort of a frivolous litigator, as well as a human being who is not doing anything to protect his rights and is not working. Ladies and gentlemen, my litigation is my job when it comes to the protection of my real estate, my rights, my claims, and everything you can imagine. It is worth tens of millions of dollars. This is not a joke. And I realize that if the judges choose to go for option 2, which is, well, Daniel, we are really sorry, we didn't know, here is an opportunity for me to express just some of the things that led to the judges being confused. So let me explain to you, okay? What the judges did, and I say judges because there were 2 of them involved. It was Judge Coachella, I can't really pronounce it, and it was Judge Matos Wilson. These are two female judges that my experience with them is only limited to both my case and what I've seen done in Jamie's case. And what I've seen from these two judges is, once again, either a preset conspiracy, which is cool, but you're being outed right now, so if it's not true, all you have to say is, Daniel, you are not correct, and I would be more than glad to show the world the truth about what the judges did in order to mitigate. So for example, this whole thing is designed for a video of my boys running into my arms. But obviously that's not going to happen because my boys have been completely alienated from me. So they believe that what the courts have done were done because of my actions, which is not true. It's just false. And no matter how many times I am written about or spoken about negatively, it's not going to change the facts of the case. And the facts are very simple. See, I have been not just made homeless, but I've had my businesses taken away from me. Let me explain to the judges, as well as Mallory's attorneys and Mallory, how a business is supposed to be run. First and foremost, let me tell you about an invention that I had, or a brand concept, and I'm going to call it Dan's Nuts. And you want to get nuts? I can get nuts. Michael Keaton, Batman. Just a movie reference. Dan's Nuts. What is Dan's Nuts? Dan's Nuts, and believe it or not, I know somebody in the nut business, so if they choose to use this idea and concept, I simply ask that we keep the name as Dan's Nuts, and the concept is very simple. It's a 50-50 mix of shelled pistachios. Oh man, I'm having a hard time writing today. All it is a 50-50 mix of shelled pistachios versus loose. Now, you might think that this is not a big deal, but I assure you, there is no product on the market right now which features a mix between shelled pistachios and unshelled pistachios. Because look, we all know that the best part of cracking pistachios is the inside and the work that you have to do. And I personally love the extra little bits and pieces that are included into it. And if I love it, why wouldn't the rest of the country love it as well? Then there is the cost analysis. Please remember that the weight of the product is what dictates how food is sold. It is an FDA regulated feature which requires that the weight content of the food product is very carefully displayed. Furthermore, the financial regulatory body of consumer rights advocacy groups require that supermarkets show the cost per pound on each food item that is weight-based. So when you see the two labels at ShopRite, the label on the left is the cost per pound, and the label on the right is the cost of the food product. And oftentimes you'll find that the cost per pound and the food is virtually identical, because what companies know is that consumers often mistake the numbers when they see them. So if the person who is in the nut business chooses to use my invention, no problem. We can easily work out a licensing agreement where my idea, nothing more than my idea and my concept, which I own the rights to, is put into publication, and the world sees the brand vision that I have, which is really to change the way the world thinks. In order to change the world thinking, you just need to get nuts sometimes. And that's why I have two nut-based brands, because people have told me my whole life, Dan is crazy. Dan is nuts. So why don't we just get rid of the is, because Reese's has too many is's already. So I don't need any more is's, neither in my name or anything. So Dan's Nuts. And Dan's Nuts equals money. because this is a guaranteed proven concept. It is a proven winner, and by creating an alternative brand and labeling these nuts as a luxury item, you're able to charge more to the consumer because, come on, let's be honest, who doesn't want to try a little taste of Dan's Nuts? And once you put Dan's Nuts in your mouth, I promise you, you're going to love the brand that it is backing. And you will never forget exactly the first time that you tried Dan's Nuts. And Dan's Nuts has features, and there's obviously D's Nuts, which is the derivative of Dan's Nuts. And Dan's Nuts is something that I really want everyone to taste. So if the company that I know of that will watch this video chooses not to publish my product, alas, rest assured, that only opens up the door for a bespoke new product that is made on a small scale, and I would then become a competitor to this amazing company. Who really wants me to be a competitor in their business and industry, especially one that is as profitable as nuts? Because nuts have a very long shelf life. They are relatively stable in their commodity pricing, meaning that all commodities are unstable. If you think about the amount of production that it takes just for pistachios, you're talking about weather patterns, you're talking about age, time, import restrictions, you've got political issues that are at the front of anyone who imports anything these days. So it is something that I highly recommend. Now, you might say to me, wait a second, you've gone off a track, and I will say, no, I've gone off 2 tracks. It's dual tracking. And when you talk about the ideas and the concepts, as you can see, I am not currently in the nut business. I was not destroyed in the nut game. That's why I'm able to have the world try Dan's Nuts, because the judges did not destroy that. But what they did destroy is my brand of It's Nut Chocolate, which is something I can't discuss because I'm going to be launching it myself. I spoke to the nut company, and they're not nuts. They are just regular old people. And that's why, to be a spokesman for a nut company, you have to be nuts. It just doesn't make any sense for a human being who is not nuts to ever talk about nuts. Does that make any sense? I hope it does. It has to pass the focus group, and if it passes the focus group, voila, it gets posted. And all I need is for anyone who has an issue with this to submit their complaints to YouTube, and the video will be temporarily taken down. But I assure you, it'll be up live and in person. And one of the things that I really enjoy doing is watching people believe that they have actually beaten me. It is very rewarding for me to be able to stand up here and say with full confidence, hey, wouldn't you feel so much better if you just tried Dan's Nuts? I know I have tried them this weekend, and they're salty, they're rewarding, and they're the real thing. They are not an imitation of Dan's fake nuts, which you'll find a lot of people trying to replicate. But there's only one Dan's Nuts, or 2, or 3, or 4, or it depends. It is nothing more than a brand for a company that has virtually limitless potential, but zero brand identity, because they have no spokesperson that is nuts. But I have a spokesman, I have ideas, but I don't have the distribution channels or the back office administrative staff to run a nut company. So let's see if the human beings that are in charge of said entity have the nuts in order to engage with me in business. Now, business is something that most people talk about, they listen, but they don't actually know. So let me give you a quick lesson in business, okay? I run a company that is currently out of business. It's called Cash Cow. Cash Cow went out of business because of the domestic violence and family matrimonial courts. I am not able to run the business. The business pays me a salary. For a business to pay salaries to employees, it must cover something called overhead. It must cover debt structure, and it must cover the basic requirements such as insurance, payroll liability, and most importantly, taxation liability that is a direct result of any income. So for everyone that thinks that what I do is sell my shit on eBay, take the money and move on, that is only because I am not able to structure the business this way. Now, should the judges actually realize that they have put not one, not two, but 4 businesses out of business, as well as taken away my home, you will see that the judges are involved in something called tortious interference of business, which in itself creates the rhesus paradox, because the courts are demanding for me to create some sort of a magical fountain of income, while at the same time removing me from my ability to create this income. 5 years I have spent structuring my office so that the moment finally comes where I'm able to... Lip balm? No? Okay. More for me? For the moment finally comes where I'm able to say, okay, this is the real me. I'm no longer under stress. I'm no longer under duress. I'm no longer being abused, and I'm no longer called a loser on a daily basis. But to balance my feelings of confidence and good, I had my children at home taken away from me. So as you can see, it's virtually impossible for me to have a real fresh start until the right has been wronged, and you will understand that there are more intricate concepts such as my basic right to run my non-law firm, which is Pierce Bainbridge, also known as Proslay and Casper. You can make fun of what I've created exactly the same way as making fun of my brand of nuts. Why? Because what I have done is taken a very simple concept and put it together to a point where the entire business can be said in one sentence. But until you launch the product and you see the popularity of Dan's Nuts, it is nothing more than a metaphorical concept that can be laughed at and ridiculed. But once that concept is launched, you will see the quantity of people that buy Dan's Nuts versus any other brand of pistachios. I assure you, Dan's Nuts will be the #1 brand of pistachios, especially if you could spin it out the way my vision has it. And my vision costs a very little amount of money. I only take a small percentage of the profit. I am not a person that needs money in advance because I don't believe that real business should be done in advance. It should be paid for after the services have been rendered, unless you're dealing with a client base that is almost always dissatisfied, such as moving. Moving is one of those things where no matter what you do, the reality of how difficult the job is opens the door for criticism at every turn. Whew. Well said. Let me just go ahead and break this up into 2 segments so that I can explain to you that everything you see in this video coming up is nothing more than evidence. If you want to attempt to discredit and delete evidence in a judicial process, well, guess what? I will be able to document it and show that there's a reason. There's a reason why the judges are kept from seeing this. It is because I am labeled as harassing. I am labeled as defamatory. I am labeled as abusive, while doing nothing more than saying, ladies and gentlemen, what is happening is wrong. It's wrong on so many levels that it requires one man to stand up and go against the grain, go against the system, and risk everything that he has in order to display the truth. My name is Daniel M. Rhesus, and I speak the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God. You guys have no idea how the judge that I had today in my U.S. Lions case looks like a much skinnier version of my mom. It was so trippy. If anyone has any access to this judge, you gotta see how much this person looks exactly like my mom, except skinnier and better looking. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Oof. Boy, are my arms tired. Wait, I'm supposed to say I just flew in. Ladies and gentlemen, I just wanted to let you know that I have a massive pimple, a zit, if you will, right at the tippy tip of my nose. It was like a witch. Lip balm? No, I'm kidding. I'm not sharing that. And that's why I have you a little bit further back. God forbid I'm sick for the second time this winter. I don't want you guys to get sick. So I had to put you a little bit further back. But that does not mean that we won't have a great show for you tonight. Ooh, it is hot down here. But I wanted to wear my jacket because I feel that the less analogies and highbrow humor and real complex mathematics that I say, the more the audience enjoys the content in the show. And obviously, I did not take everything, and I was interrupted as always. And no matter how many times I've asked, hey, could you please do me a favor and not interrupt? It's irrelevant. So, on with the show. I will tell you, I do prefer an ice cold Gatorade over the backup water that I have. But at the same time, it's a minute lost that I'll never have back. Now, my name is Dan Reeses, and I wanted to make a video that encompasses the good, the bad, and the ugly. And that's a Clint Eastwood reference to the trilogy that I've never watched, and I think tonight I am actually going to watch the Clint Eastwood movies that I've always wanted to watch, but I saved them for me and my brother to watch later on because I made a movie called Secondhand Lions, and I thought I did. I thought I did a lot of things. But as it turns out, most of the people in my life were in my life because of conditions. 1/3/26, today is 1/4. And most talk show hosts or entertainers or people who find themselves in the media, and please, you don't need to remind me that I'm a joke and I don't make any money on this. I know that I don't make any money. That is the entire point of all of this, is that I do this for the love of what I do. I am not interested in money, and everything that you have seen is true to the best of my knowledge. So here is my thought process for tonight. I'm going to explain to everyone at home that they're about to watch myself and Jamie go off on some of the horrible things that we have had to witness, experience, and obviously we've been traumatized by them. But in order for everyone to understand the insanity, sheer insanity, and I call for the judges to immediately, tomorrow, call for a conference to address what I'm about to tell you. I was under the impression that I would have to dig deep into the archives of the Legal Library of New Jersey Family Courts, but I don't. All I have to do is put things in perspective. Currently, there are not one, but two star football players from the New England Patriots that have been accused of domestic violence incidents while being the violent aggressor. The NFL league policy allows them and supports them that until they're proven guilty or the issue is resolved, they are playing on national television. I'm going to repeat. Jamie Resnick and myself, without breaking any laws whatsoever and doing absolutely nothing wrong, have had our children taken away from us, and in my case, my home has been taken away from me, and I've been thrown out into the streets without any regard for where I go, what I do, or any of that. While at the same time, I have my two boys that are 9 and 12 years old that are huge fans, and they're watching Drake May, a quarterback who I've been hyping since he was in North Carolina. And yes, he has the same name as my son, but I actually saw the mechanics of the guy playing, and I said flat out, that's a future star of the NFL and a Hall of Famer, and I called it. And there are many things that I have said that have come true. There are also some things that I've said that have not come true. I would say my probability of success, given the quantity of selections, is somewhere in the mid-80s. That is incredibly high, considering the fact that the majority of the things that people say and predict never even come close to fruition, let alone the probabilities and the improbability of Drake May being the front runner for the MVP in only his second year before even turning 22, I believe. And I saw him play when he was 17. I saw him play when he was 18. I'm sorry, I believe it was 18 when I saw him play. Maybe, no, 17. He was 17, and I said that is a future star in the NFL. Now, the reason why I say that is because my children know what's going on with their father. But given the circumstances of the fact that NFL football players are not only not suspended, they're on national television, and the announcers remind everyone at home that the league policy is that until the guilty verdict or there's no suspension that comes down because the NFL supports the legal justice system. In my case, I've been wrongfully arrested 5 times. Jamie was arrested wrongfully. And all of that, without adjudication, has been used to take our children from us, as well as, for me, take millions of dollars in assets, destroy my physical businesses, ignore the fact that I run all of my operations out of my house, and completely ignore the fact that I am displaced without the ability to run my businesses since I had them structured to be run out of my home. All the while on a national stage, 2 NFL football players, while, remember, I am the victim of domestic violence. I'm not the aggressor. I filed my restraining order before Mallory accused me of anything. There were no accusations of any of this. There was nothing. This was a fabricated set of circumstances to make me look really bad. And I assure you, this part of the segment, and I'm not eating any dinner because I realize that I lose my edge when I film full. So the evening episode, to wrap everything up, is going to be designed for me to be stuffed, happy, and really focused on this week in court. And this week, I expect Judge Coachella and Judge Matos Wilson to do the right thing. I believe in the American legal justice system, and I believe that these judges know that they have made a massive mistake. For example, Judge Coachella has actually said that the reason why I have my house taken away, my children taken away, is that there's something called Rule 611, which allows a judge to basically do anything. I heard it on a transcript with my own ears. Yet when I mentioned it in court, I get chastised, yelled at, and she denies ever saying it. It is phenomenal that this video will be utilized against me, saying that I am talking about matters in family court. And the concept of family court being used to take my children away from me illegally will be ignored by the same court. It is impossible. Unless this week the court stops what it's doing and takes corrective action to restore 100% of my parental rights, as well as give me my property back. What has happened is so wrong that it would be one of the best television shows that you have ever seen on Netflix once I get my discovery. And I'm not saying I'm looking to sell the rights, but I'm also not saying I'm not going to. And the reason for that is because it has become so apparent to me that the only thing that the audience is interested in is money. So why wouldn't I convert 5 years of some of the most brilliant, grueling, difficult, and informative, as well as truthful, and all true videos into a media empire? I'm not saying I will. I don't dictate my success in the business world, believe it or not. The reason why I very carefully selected Cash Cow, Pro Slay, and Drake's is because that is the highest probability of success. Those are the businesses that I know the most about currently, especially Cash Cow and Drake's. And Microbank is nothing more than a fuel, a funding source, as well as an aggregate banking and third-party conflict resolution and mediation. So before ProSlay is activated in order to combat the wave after wave of criminal declarations that are presented before the courts that the judges have manipulated and used against me, I will first advise with the board of Microbank. And that's why I have a new phone number, and that's why I still have the same iCloud account. So if anyone wants to text me, it's still the same. My email is still the same, but I have a new phone number that I'm not giving to anyone until my boys are back in my life and they can have my number. And there are so many other things that I want to say regarding bills and you guys can say hi here. I'm going to reserve all of that for this week because I want to see what the family court judges are actually capable of doing other than ruining families, because they've completely destroyed my life, they've completely destroyed Jamie's life, and it doesn't seem like they will take any accountability for what they have done. Mallory and her lawyers are doing nothing more than what Mallory did before, which is alienate my kids against me, kidnap my children, and do all of this in the hopes that no one will do anything about it. Well, guess what? Believe it or not, she was right. She was right. She was right that if she lies to the court will side with her, and they will believe this story, and they will do everything they possibly can to both silence me and dangle my right as a father and my property in front of me in order to gag me so that I do not communicate as to the illegal and completely immoral disposition that the court has taken in context of the cases of Daniel M. Reeses and Miss Jamie Resnick. And I want to repeat myself again. You have not one, but two football players on the same team currently playing while I film this segment that are the physical, violent aggressors in incidents. I'm not saying they're bad guys. I'm not saying that they're guilty. I'm not saying any of that. I'm trying to explain to you that the most powerful sports organization in the country believes that these men should not have their rights taken away to earn a living. I've had my rights taken away to earn a living. I've had my rights as a father taken away. I've had my properties taken away. All because of accusations and allegations that are not true. And even after I've disproven them, which was months ago, there was no corrective action taken on the parts of the family court. And I ask you, if you're a nonviolent pacifist like myself, see, I'm a good guy. I'm going to put this on. I'm going to wrap up this segment. How am I going to put it on? It's hot. It's not logical. That's the point. That's the point. There's no logic that is interjected in the process. There's no logic. There is no semblance of following the law. There's no coherent nature. For example, a family court judge doesn't even allow us to come to court. So she could mute me, and I'm not even able to speak. I'm a pro se litigant. I represent myself. You're not allowed to just continuously mute me. Not to mention the fact that when you get to see, and eventually I will have a federal court order to allow my transcripts and videos to be published. Until I have that, I'm not publishing anything from that court because that would violate the law. But when you are a victim of a court that has unilaterally abused you, psychologically tortured you, and has removed your unalienable parental rights from you, I assure you, ladies and gentlemen, the country and the world will support your voice if you stand up, grow a set, and be the person that got you all the success in life. Don't be the coward that has spent the last 5 years getting beaten up and crying about it and doing nothing about it. Be Dan Reeses. Be the man that stands up for all the people that have been bullied, harassed, and abused by a system that is designed to reward the rich and the liars and to put down the good, honest, hardworking people like myself. And I will tell you one last fact before I actually put some food in my stomach. All this has done is created a platform and a venue for me to finally be able to get to the Supreme Court in an expedited fashion. Because unless you invent the time machine, the state of New Jersey has completely ruined my experience as a father, as a man, as a husband, and everything you can imagine. Because no matter what you say, the actions, or even worse, inactions of the elected officials that have been designed to step into situations like this, not point a finger and allow a judge or an attorney, which are basically the same thing because judges are former attorneys and vice versa, to manipulate something that they're being paid in the background to do. I'm not accusing the family court of anything other than completely botching my cases and Jamie's cases. So when I look at everything I know about Essex County, it's a horror show. I've also spoken to several individuals while I was incarcerated for 24 days, and it's a completely broken system that needs immediate correction. And it's okay to be the first human being. There's a brand new courthouse built so I can go in and fix it. And for anyone who doesn't want positive change, all you're doing is blocking progress. This entire matter has been designed to be used as an example of where we're going as a society using artificial intelligence, as well as the domestic violence system is designed for victims to come forward without an attorney. So the manipulation of the system utilizing an attorney only proves my point further, that what you are about to see in this episode and this week will slam the door on a point that I've been trying to prove for years. That even the NFL, which is a public image-based organization, will stand by innocent people that have been accused of domestic violence, while the Essex County Family Court Division, as well as mine and Jamie's spouses, have unilaterally lied to the courts in order to push forward a completely false narrative, and without adjudication of my matters, have my children, my home, and all of my unalienable parental rights completely taken away. Let alone Jamie had it for doing nothing more than supporting me in work. Ladies and gentlemen, please, give me a fucking break. Good evening, Jamie.
Good evening.
So today is
January 3rd, 2026.
And it is the opening segment for the show with no name. And what we want to do right now is try to establish, hey, why do I have no head? Well, I like to say that I lost my mind, or I'm the headless horseman, or, look, the reality is that my facial expressions, as well as my inability to be dishonest, really take away from the message. So I wanted to take a seat today and take a pause.
Take a rest.
And as you can see, I have this cute little chair that I do interviews in. And today, hopefully, if things work out, we have an exclusive interview from a real celebrity who is not famous, but infamous, which means it's more than famous. And after the interview, I will explain to you exactly what role this person plays. This is a human being that I care for very much. It is a role model of mine that can best be described by the phrase, don't ever meet your
Yes. I've heard this.
don't ever meet your celebrity idols.
Heroes.
Don't ever meet your heroes. Don't ever meet your heroes. There's no better way for me to describe my relationship with Lenny than understanding that when I came to America, Lenny Dykstra was one of the greatest athletes in modern day sports. He was also an extremely controversial person and extremely charismatic. He is also a short white guy. So it's very hard for me to look at modern day sports and have any relation to anyone that is so vastly different than myself, and the reality that it is hard for me to look up to a 6'9" black basketball player because I have no concept of what it's like to ever have a chance at doing that. So without further ado, let's go ahead and take a seat.
Well, you deserve a rest. You've been working around the clock.
Oh,
I would like to interject.
What would you like
I
to
gave you
add?
like a little shout out that I've never seen anything like it. You just worked. Yesterday, first of all, you filmed so much content that your voice is raspy. I can't believe how much you filmed. And you just keep working. You worked until like 2, 3 in the morning and got up
Thanks.
today and back at the grind. So I just want to make sure that everyone knows that you are so committed and you have been working around the clock and you're doing an exceptional job of keeping our team together.
Thank you.
So thank you.
Would you like to use the small part of the board to quickly just jot down what I've decided based on, so in case anyone was wondering what I was working on, was I was creating the business models, the forecasting, as well as the realistic timeline of cost and effect of the resources that need to be put into the various business models in order for them to launch and be successful. So
Am I
now,
writing something on the
let's-
board?
It's 3 things that I'm gonna be working on.
Okay.
Number 1 is cash cow. Number 2 is Pro Slay / Casper. And number 3 is Drake's Barbecue. And that's it. Those are the only 3 things that I will be focusing my entire effort on. Now you can put in number 4, which is RE / brains. There are several, let's see who this is. This is our guest and he is ready.
Is he ready? Eager beaver.
Yeah, he. This is a human being that very rarely gets a voice in the media without having it completely silenced. So let's go ahead and pull it up,
Okay.
and let's go ahead and give this person a call.
Okay.
And recently they've been in the news, and it's so important that his side of the story is really told first. And this is an exclusive, a Dan Reese exclusive. No one in the country has this actual interview. So please, one second. This one right here. Okay, you ready?
I'm ready.
And you're gonna flip the camera. Press join. Flip the camera to me. Good enough. Now hold it so that you're not visible and that the audience is able to see. All right, let's see if we're able to have, all right. While we do that, please remember that
So
you
technical
can
difficulty.
cancel it. One second. Please understand that when people say that we film live, it's live on tape, which means that it is live and we don't edit the content to remove any parts of the things that we say, but it is not possible for us to film the kind of content that we film. I want to remind everyone that I use something called a stream of consciousness, as well as I very much take the time to not edit the product. So what that means is that if there are things that are said in context to some of the videos that are not okay, I don't take out the things I don't like. I simply don't post the entire video. And the reason why I do that, also why this channel is so important, is that, look, I am one of the human beings that invented artificial intelligence in context. Take a look, what's going on over here?
Should I try again?
No. This person has to follow directions. Let's see. it edited the.
It's like waiting with
Godot.
the anticipation.
Well, I think a lot of the audience has no clue since I've. All right, so while we do that, and this human being, please remember that human beings who have gone through.
You ready?
Oh, yeah. Not to you, to me. Thank you.
There you go.
Hey, Jamie, you have to look at.
Hold
thi-
on 1 second.
All right, Lenny, you are live. Look,
Yeah.
this is your chance to start out by telling your side of the story of what on earth happened. The last time I heard from Jeff Feinstein, he said that you're doing great. He said that you're sober. He said that you really have changed your life around. What on earth is going on?
Okay, so first you want to talk about what happened when they're going to announce at some point that on Monday, I think, that they're going to arrest me. Because the law in Pennsylvania is they don't have to pay your law. Bottom line is I was a passenger in the car.
Okay, you're a passenger in the car.
I was a
Okay,
passenger in the car, and they pulled the driver over.
it's good seeing you.
Yeah, they pulled the driver over because he didn't have his license plate. He was some flyer.
He didn't. So you were a passenger in the car. In what state? What city?
Pennsylvania, and the city was just outside Scranton.
Right outside of Scranton.
Yeah, his uncle, we were going to this party, Christmas party, his uncle had a bunch of, Dennis had a bunch of.
Look, the circumstances. So you were in the car. You were not the driver, right?
No, not the driver.
Not the driver at all. So what happened?
So the driver didn't have his license without it. We have a lot of cops out on so they pulled him over because his license was not registered.
Okay, that's.
Pulled him over, and-
Was he speeding?
No, they pulled his license wasn't registered.
But his license plate or his driver's license?
Yeah, it wasn't registered.
Okay, so look, ladies and gentlemen, one thing you need to understand is in the news, what you're missing is the truth. The truth is Lenny was a passenger in a vehicle that belonged to a human being that wasn't driving it, right?
That the driver, I didn't know very well. I was doing, the main reason I was doing this to me was dad, his uncle, was a big time dentist who has a bunch of dental firms in Scranton who he's gonna do my teeth. My teeth got stolen. I know it's crazy.
Your teeth got stolen again? Why did, oh my God, this is the third time. All right, look. Obviously, we'll get Lenny his teeth back. Lenny, I know that I've distanced myself, and a lot of that has to do with my own personal life. I've gone through a lot of things personally, and off camera we can discuss that. And you of all people know about people that you love, you pay for, and they end up taking advantage of you. So you're no stranger to the reality. And you were one of the first people that said, hey, this is going to happen. And I want to give credit where credit is due. Lenny is highly intelligent. His intelligence obviously is utilized against him because what happens is every word out of his mouth, the media loves to take only the bad and ignore the good. So let's tell the rest of the story. You're a passenger in the car.
Right. So the bottom line is,
No, there's no bottom line. Tell the whole story.
remember, I'm the passenger, and the driver has not read, has, but they pull up to give us the license. He said, no. I looked at him and said, what? He said, you talked, I kind of talked to him kind of like rudely to the point where he got worse, and then something happened, a cop comes on my side, there's a full cop there. Bottom line is, next time I look over, he's outside and he's getting pummeled, okay? And
He was assaulted by the police?
no, I don't say this, I don't know what happened, but I was talking to the
So he was not assaulted by the police. It's very important we tell it. So what happened with you?
I can't guess, because remember, one of the officers came on my side, the passenger side, I was talking to him through the window. The next thing I know, I heard this noise, I looked over, and I don't know how he got out there. I'm not gonna guess.
No. All we need to know is your side of the story. Why were you searched?
Side of the story, like, so even what's gonna happen is tomorrow, like I told you, it's gonna be Monday. They're gonna bring charges against me, even though did nothing, and the cops never. The cops took me out of the car, put me in their car, and then put me in their car, dropped me off at the hotel.
Okay.
Didn't charge me nothing.
Okay.
But, yeah.
Okay. So what they're basically, you did absolutely nothing wrong, but they're.
It happened. It's funny though. Not funny, but so what's happening is, remember, I don't know this guy too good. I'm going to meet his uncle, or his, whatever he is. He owned all these dental offices and was invested in one of my business ventures, different circles, different folks. That being said, when the officer comes, he had all kinds of, turns out, drugs. So he put, hiding there, we tried to put him in my bag, a little pipe and I think a very little piece of white thing.
Yeah, whatever. You can't talk. Don't talk about the facts of the case. But it is his car, correct?
Yeah, he sucked. He sucked my bag. My bag. He tied it. He stuck it in his glove compartment.
That sucks.
The cops come to me. There's nothing on me. I have nothing. So they're getting ready to take me to the hotel. And then I said, "Wait, my bag?" I got my ID and my credit card. And I said, "I don't know where you put it." He was so fast. And they found it inside the glove compartment. And they opened it up. It had a little pipe in it. And like a very little piece of white. I gotta do whatever.
Yeah, but it wasn't in your car.
No, it was his car, and
It was his car, and you were separated, and you were separated from this bag, right?
He took it. He was hiding it, trying to hide it everywhere. So he put a pipe and a little piece of white thing in. I think so in my where I kept my license and my credit card. They gave me back my credit card and back my license and took the
Item. Yeah. But that didn't belong to you. What do you care?
Right, but it was in my bag though. See?
All right. No, I understand this, but if you were,
He took it and put it in his car and hid it.
okay, here's the question. Was there any point in time where you were not near your bag and outside of the car with him alone with your bag?
No, this happened when they pulled him over. He started trying to hide stuff, but he couldn't hide it all. They found a bunch of pipes by him too, and so he tried to put something in my bag and then threw it in here.
Now remember, I want to remind you of something. You were not driving an automobile, correct?
No.
And so it is totally okay if you had a couple of drinks. Because if you had...
One thing that in writing, you can see in the article, the police checked me, no drinks, completely sober.
Wow, that's actually really impressive. Lenny, I got to tell you something. So look, ladies and gentlemen, let me explain to you what happened. Lenny Dykstra was a passenger in a car. The driver of the car, are you still friends with this guy, or have you cut off a relationship?
I barely know him, but he got bailed out. But like I said, I was going to meet his uncle, who's a very wealthy dentist, okay, who's gonna do all my dental work, so my
Yeah. All right, so look, I'm going to explain to you how this works. This is called the prisoner's dilemma. You have two people that are being accused of the same exact crime. It is beneficial.
Yeah, he got charged with 14 crimes. That night, remember, they didn't charge him anything. They charged me up for the night.
No, I understand what happened there. But essentially, Lenny, can I offer you my services of Pro Slay as a firm, not a law firm. We are not a law firm. What we do is we represent you both in the courts as far as your communication. If you have a private attorney, we do all the work on your behalf. So for example, let's say there are certain motions you need
I have a
to...
great attorney, by the way.
Amazing. He needs to stay as your primary counsel. And Pro Slay does nothing more than you say in 1 second, Dan, I want to file a motion for an evidentiary hearing. And within an hour or two, we generate everything on your behalf. And that's why the word is Pro Slay. It's a play on Pro Se.
Wow.
So you never have to do a single thing.
Remember, the cops that came to the car didn't say one thing that I did wrong. They put me in
The cops that came to the car did not tell him that he did a single thing wrong. Now, please remember that they are not legally obligated to, but you do have a very good
They were
point.
nice to me though, and they gave me my ID back
They were very nice. So big shout out to the Scranton Wilkes-Barre Police Department for conducting themselves in an honorable fashion, right?
Then it got bad though, because then, when it got to the police station, they got a little higher hitter, and they're not gonna, I didn't do nothing, but the guy that ended up getting arrested and did everything wrong, he's a no-name, he doesn't bring any publicity.
All right.
So the only person that gets named
Is you, yeah. And because Lenny is not only the bad boy of baseball, but he has also maintained. Now remember, your life starts in 3 years when you turn 65. Once you retire from the show, remember, you are a big part of the narrative of Major League Baseball before, during, and after your playing days. You are such an important part of the narrative. So do you accept, in exchange for Pro Slay's lifetime of service, your spokesmanship for the service, and only if you are happy with the services?
Well, of course, me and you.
Thank you. Of course.
I know
The answer was yes.
You're very, you're genius. And
Oh,
that being
Lenny,
said,
stop.
I also want to make sure my attorney's okay, and you need my attorney.
I do not do anything without you. So, for example, I send the motions to you, and on your behalf, you send them to the attorney. You and the attorney work out whatever you want to do. You understand?
Right, so he's coming tomorrow, me and him are meeting tomorrow.
Excellent.
At 12 o'clock.
Please leave me out of that meeting. You know why? I am not an attorney, and this entire thing is based on you. Because you were the first person that taught me that anyone can accomplish anything in court if they set their minds to it. And your failure is what led to this success. You didn't fail. You didn't fail at all. As a matter of fact, we made a podcast which stamped the end of the article, which shows the truth about Oil Can Boyd, as well as the corrupt justice system that you've been eating shit from for the last 20 years. This is why you're the spokesman.
By the way, if more happened again on that 2 nights, but 4 days ago, I was a passenger, but because I'm the big name, they then, the cops that went to the car, nicely, I didn't know if they say anything, they told me very nice out of the hotel, and because remember, that, what they found wasn't in my bag, that he hid it in his car, that being said, but then it got to, they didn't want to get press coverage, so then they announced that they laid out in jail.
So this entire thing, I just want to summarize this. Lenny Dykstra currently holds the record for being unlawfully arrested as a former athlete for different things. Meaning that Lawrence Taylor has been arrested many times, Lenny Dykstra has been arrested many times. The big difference between Lawrence Taylor and Lenny Dykstra is innocent a big chunk of his arrests. What Lenny Dykstra is guilty of is being Lenny Dykstra. He has one of the worst reputations, which does not allow a human being to live in the present or the future. Our society...
You know why? See, that's why me and you get along, because I'm smart.
Are you sober?
I'm not smart enough.
Are you sober?
Yes.
Excellent. When Lenny is sober, he's a completely different human being. People need to understand that the reason why I wasn't able to continue my relationship is because I didn't have the financial resources, nor did I feel that I was a positive influence by being an enabler. Lenny has shown me that everything I've done is worth it. I'm going to make sure he gets his teeth back. I'm going to make sure that he represents himself in the court of life. That's what Pro Se does. It does not just represent your words in the court. Because no matter how good the attorney is, you and I both know that you are a very intelligent legal mind who has over 20 years of direct experience both in business law, tort law, and unfortunately criminal law, and you bring a lot to the table. You are not just the name Lenny Dykstra.
It's so amazing, I have to say, is how you appear. I was thinking about you, and then you appear when it matters most, because you're some kind of gift or intelligence or genius. I don't know.
All right, Lenny, enough of that. I just want to, let's wrap up this segment. Do you want to say hi to anyone at home? You want to say hi to Cutter or
Yeah, I want to
Luke?
say hi to my 2 sons. They're awesome, and their families, Cutter and Luke.
How many months apart are they?
But they're 5 months apart.
2 years and 5 months?
Cutter's married to Jalen Stigler.
Wait. They're 2 years and 5 months apart? 5 years apart. Okay. I have 2 boys also, Drake and Pierce. They're 2 years and 5 months apart or so. Lenny and I have a lot. Lenny has met my boys. Now that Lenny is sober, I just need Lenny to be sober for 6 more months, and he's welcome to stay at my house. And he knows exactly why, because he is a good man. And good men deserve second, third, fourth, and fifth chances, especially those that have given their life to society as a form of entertainment, art. Laugh at him. Go ahead. Make fun of him. But he will have the last laugh. Because you will see that Pro Slay's success is directly tied into your vision of who Lenny Dykstra is. So now I will take the ball. Thank you so much. You have done a great job. It's time for you to fall back, focus on your criminal case. And obviously, I would like to incorporate a monthly stipend for being the spokesman, so you'll be paid. And obviously, stock options as well. I have to now launch the business, and I just wanted to say thank you, Lenny. The most thing that I'm proud of, thank you. Oh, by the way, the Hilton. I stay at the Hilton. And
For Monday they're gonna have to tell the court they're gonna bring the charges, but in a weird way, I need to bring the charges because everyone thinks that I'm a crazy person. They read what I was. That's the passenger in the car.
forget about what everybody thinks. Here's the question. For anyone that doesn't know, Lenny does have an addiction. He loves the bed sheets and pillows at hotels and the toiletries. And my favorite hotel is the Hilton in Scranton, and across the street was the Radisson. Have you stayed at either one?
I live right by it.
Yeah. Have you stayed at them?
No.
They're really good. Check out the Hilton. And ladies and gentlemen, my name is Dan Reeses, and it's the bullshit is over. It is time for me to launch my concept. Lenny is my third client. I have myself, Jamie, and Lenny. And the reason why there's very little. See, Lenny cannot be discussed without showing the truth and the reality, because it's so easy for anyone to judge even the people that support a man like Lenny Dykstra, because they will be judged at being some sort of a social heretic. See, this brand, Get Paid, was invented by me along with the entire brand identity for both Perfect Pawn, Microbank, as well as a slew of other business entities. The Get Paid brand layers over Perfect Pawn, and I own the rights to Get Paid in conjunction with marketing. That's why it's restricted and trademarked. This is Toby's Cup. I own this brand as well. I'm sorry, I love this picture. I have to pause the world. These are various vans and marketing tools that were utilized, and this is how goodwill and brand identity is established. Rather than taking the time to herald Lenny Dykstra as some sort of sobriety queen, I would rather take the time and explain to you how marketing in conjunction, that's a rendering, that is not a real sign. That's Lenny and the team get ready. It is extremely important for everyone to understand that marketing and advertising are not the same thing. One is promotional based ad segmentation so that businesses drive customers. Marketing establishes and builds a brand identity so that the owner can go anywhere with that same brand. And that's one of the many parts of marketing. Marketing is a very complex science. By the way, this van, it actually exploded, spontaneously combusted. I know it's hard to believe, but if you watch movies like Spinal Tap, you'll get the joke. See, get well, then get paid. That's Lenny. He is a real human being. Oh man, look at this. It's amazing. That's Drake standing in the West Orange home. And I have tens of thousands of these hats that have all been stolen from me. And it's fitting, not fitted, but it's fitting that my marketing campaigns get stolen. In reality, the physical items, I was the largest vendor at the Meadowlands before I started my own flea market in Phillipsburg. And these are just various advertisements. And oh, well, it's Monday morning. I forgot to tell you guys this. So I always like to, that was a bad stitch job.
I had 1-800-PAWN-451. I had pawnpawn.com. So good, you have to spell it twice. And 1-800-PAWN-451 was a reference to Fahrenheit 451. I know that might be over my customer's head, but I quoted Ralph Waldo Emerson, and that's Fletch, obviously. And this is some of the art that is a byproduct of the hard work. Now, these are my favorite pictures. This is me holding Pierce, and this is why brand identity, marketing, and all these business concepts are so important to be perfect. Because without the get paid, my back wouldn't look as hardworking as it does. But you see, human beings don't even understand.
Keep it very
The-
small
oh,
is because
there
I'm
it
not
is.
doing it for profit yet. We want to make sure that we're successful, and I've given myself approximately 30 days to have a full launch. I've shown you the beta site, and I just wanted to tell you thank you. Not for coming onto this show, but for being sober.
I'm so happy to be back because I don't have any. You're a genius.
Wait a minute, Lenny, who introduced me to John Pierce in order to lead to the end of the riots and defund police? Who?
Hey,
Lenny Dykstra.
that's right, bro.
This is the most important person in the chain of narrative. Lenny, I gotta run. You look amazing. Let's take this to email.
We're back on team again, bro.
Yeah, Lenny, it's well. That's it. When you have nails, you cannot forget one very, very important saying that I actually quoted. Nails never fails. Peace.
Yeah, dude.
Ladies and gentlemen, whew, now that is something that is extremely powerful, and you might not understand the significance, but let me give you a little bit of a background. I have spent a lot of money, as well as time, which is far more valuable than money, making sure that this day is perfect. See, Lenny is a redemption story. Lenny can fall off the wagon, on the wagon, it doesn't matter. Every day that Lenny's above ground is a miracle. Because I know for a fact that I saved his life on multiple occasions. And this is just one of the things that I will say. I'm putting all of my efforts to adopt humanitarian aid and anything that is not for profit. It does not mean that Brains will not do Livingstown.com. It does not mean that Brains will not do It's Not Chocolate. That really falls on your umbrella. Miss
My
Resnick
umbrella.
over here, and first off, what did you think of the interview?
It was, I have to say, sometimes I can't, fully.
No, I don't know. Let's get rid of those words.
Sometimes I can't fully follow Lenny, but he sounded really great today. He sounded
Because
better
Lenny's
than
sober.
I've heard him in a while.
Lenny sounded sober. Now he could be drinking the second we got off the phone.
Right.
It's irrelevant. Sobriety is a state of mind, not just what you ingest. There are many human beings who smoke marijuana and believe that they're sober because they don't acknowledge that the chemical compounds in THC versus THCA are very different. And we'll get into all that on a different episode. But on this episode, I just wanted to do the intro monologue, and I wanted to do it from a different angle. And the closing monologue will be when I show the full variety of what we've been eating, how it looks, and
That's right.
how a human being can easily create 24 to 48 hours of food for himself and his team, especially when he has to go into, there's a ding in a text message, that's Lenny. He's more than excited. He wrote, awesome, bro. Please call me as soon as you can or when we can so we can talk. It's important. Thank you so much. I want to talk to you. See, I haven't heard the words, I want to talk to you, in a very long time. Why? Because people have grown so accustomed to forgetting that not only am I a human being, all I'm trying to do is positive. The most important thing in this entire marketing campaign is Lenny wearing the Get Paid hat. So let's stand up. Let's rise up. Let's rise up out of the malaise that we find ourselves in and realize that I am 4 days ahead of schedule. I will complete the business concepts in full and submit them to the court as part of
I got
evidence.
you addicted.
I'm an addict.
I know.
Sniffles are so important. I'm addicted. I'm addicted to lip balm.
Big
Out
time.
before. So let's go ahead and leave this and box it in. So this is the Lenny Diaries,
Okay.
right? The Lenny Diaries in small, so you fit it all. Jamie is doing an amazing job. And as you can see, I have grown taller. Jamie has gotten much more petite. You don't have to go. This is my best friend. There's nothing wrong with putting your hand around a human being. I don't have relations outside of this. This is as close as it
It's like a
gets.
Southern grandma relations.
My kids watch this show. They need to see.
That word.
And what has really happened is Jamie's bone structure has once again gotten smaller. She is at the best weight she has ever been. In my opinion, I think you look better with a large booty. But in general, you really wanted to be at an optimal super skinny level. Are you happy with your body right now?
Yeah, I feel much better.
Awesome.
Much better.
It is so
I
important
think
for everyone to
a lot of
understand.
it goes to your
Jamie had
credit
to
is
be
that you
skinny.
cook a lot. You cook a lot of healthy food. Like,
Wait, God forbid you actually say that in between my 14-hour work days, I'm able to put food together on the table
and film it.
and film it.
Yeah.
And the filming aspect of it is not something that I want to do, I have to do it. It is the absolute essence of the future of our society, which is we live in a digital world. Being that you live in a digital world, you will need to adjust all of your personal life habits because believe it or not, I do want to have a personal life. And it's so important for everyone to understand that when that red button is off, that's when I can be myself. When the red button is on, please understand that I need to be more of myself. I need to be overtly explanatory. I cannot just stand silently in front of the camera. This channel is designed as a form of motivation. So right now, the team is coming together. We've got Lenny Dykstra. We've got, also known as Nails, World Series winner, record holder of more things than you can imagine. But
True.
what he really
made a good
is,
point.
what he really is society's punching bag. In order for Major League Baseball, oh, that's it.
What happened?
Cards out.
The Daniel Reeses affair. See, that sounds really negative. But when you say the Thomas Crown affair, it sounds great. Good morning. My name is Daniel M. Reeses, and today is Monday morning at approximately 8:20 a.m. This video is going to go live as soon as it's rendered. Most likely, I'll be once again in court. But what's really amazing is, see, what I'm making is my own potatoes au gratin recipe. Excuse me. But this right here, it starts out by me saying that I am neither a chef, nor a cook, nor a professional. What I am is a human being who has lived in a world where I cannot rely on anyone except myself for the majority of my life. Yes, I understand that I am Ghost One, and yes, I understand that I've made some really incredible, bold claims, which frankly I've backed up. But when you look at me as a human being, my skills are nothing more than my will and my drive to learn different things that make me the man that I am. These images right here really display the amount of effort that it takes for people who you care about to really enjoy your love. I have a very hard time. Yes, I know you might actually call me insane for saying this, but I have a very hard time expressing myself. Not speaking, not orating, not yelling, not writing, but expressing myself. What I want to say very rarely comes out the way I want to say it. See, look at those sausage fingers. I'm proud of who I am. I know that a lot of people want to poke fun, but my au gratin potatoes, the reason why I don't show the video is because I do believe that there's a lot of things that are proprietary and are secrets of what I created. And there's one thing, sorry, ladies and gentlemen, I don't edit, so this is going to be me blowing my nose in the morning. So here, the spices, I don't really want to tell you what they are because once again, it came out so perfect, and it was one of the most perfectly balanced dishes that I had made. So here the prep work is complete. As you can see, the greens are parsley and peas. I do believe that when you're cooking, the greens, other than being a garnish, do very little for the actual flavoring, and they do so much for people who are not blind and are able to see the beauty and brilliance of decorating with food. And I'm not saying decorating your house by splattering food. I'm talking about decorating the palette of your mind, expanding the reality of what you're eating by understanding that the chef has taken a lot of time. And see, once again, when I say the chef, it is a metaphorical reference. I am Dan Reeses. I am an amateur at almost everything I do except applied mathematics. When it comes to applied mathematics, I will tell you that I'm really good at what I do. Everything else can be debated or in question. Look at that belly. I've got such a thick, round figure that even after I lose weight, I still can't shed that Jewish belly. This shirt was made in conjunction with the show Stranger Things. The problem is I look really good cooking, if I do say so myself, and the show Stranger Things was a complete dud. The season 5 finale, I couldn't even watch the last few episodes because it really would ruin me. You know, I'm really proud of Jamie for the weight loss that she has miraculously shed off. And even though I look fat and old, at least I've got my co-host that really is able to distract everyone with how much weight she has lost in conjunction with the actual process of what happens to a woman who has had 3 children at her age group. And she is a medical marvel, to tell you the truth. And she's the real deal. It wasn't like I met Jamie in high school. I met her long after she had kids and long after her body was already formed into the way it is. And she only asked me for 2 things, plus 2,000 more things. That right there is the Gruyere that I'm slicing for myself and Jamie to eat. But the Gruyere mac and cheese that we make at Drake's Joint is the core of the flavor behind the au gratin. The Swiss, I mean, Gruyere is a form of Swiss. So yeah, I believe it or not, I wash my hands as much as, oh man, I look like Drake. It's true. It's nice when you're in love, when you're with your 9 and 12-year-old and you could see them in your own face. It's a really good feeling. And I can see why so many people hate me. I would be jealous of this guy too. You know how hard it is to lose your kids and 6 months later still have the resilience to cook and have life in you? And please remember, I'm either the world's greatest actor or I'm very resilient and strong. And either one of them I can easily accept and express to you that this is not an act. No one on earth can keep up an act for this long. As you can see, this is nothing more than me setting the potatoes up, and I made a mistake. See, the mistake that I made was that I was just going to layer them in. And let's talk about applied mathematics and geometry really quickly. What is applied mathematics in conjunction with cooking? A rhetorical question that I'll ask myself and answer. I will explain. Every mathematical science is nothing more than step 2 from the applied math. See, as you can see, I got frustrated, and there's Skinny Minnie herself. She lost over 30 pounds, and I'm very, very proud of her because she was so crabby. And, ooh, crab, that's something we should cook. Not now. So here, geometry. Geometry was utilized to stack the potatoes in a symmetrical row, then do a row of mushrooms, then do a row of potatoes. And what that does is it allows me to use the other 25% airspace on top of the pot in order to fit absolutely every single piece in there perfectly. I know you might think that this is a stupid thing, but as you can see, the recipe does not call. There's no recipes that teach you how to stack and serve like this. It is nothing more than a byproduct of, all right, well, I could either use 2 dishes or I can resolve this.
This resonates a little.
When it comes to butter and salt and garlic, that's Jamie's religion, if there was one. But no, see, look, as you can see, you could just fit them right in,
Yes.
and everything
Look
goes in
at-
perfectly.
For you, kid. Keep up the great work. World's best assistant. Ever.
So those are the steaks. Got to give ShopRite a little bit of credit on this one. They do have a really good price point. The meat is not something that I can criticize because I believe that we live in a country where people do not realize how lucky they are when it comes to food consumption. And I want to take a minute to explain to everyone that every single time a human being criticizes food sources and I forgot the word. It's killing me. Procure. Anyways, the point is we live in an amazing country. We live in one of the greatest countries in the world where a human being has the right to make a YouTube channel to complain about meat like this. But I'm going to choose to just say they were incredible. They were not expensive, and look at how fat my fingers are. But if you ever want to tell a human being's age, the way they look inside, look at the top of their hands. Human beings tend to age in a very interesting way where they can hide all parts of how old they really are, but they can't hide the top of the hand, the opposite of the palm, the backhand. The backhand, when you look at a human being, will really show you, see, that right there is art in itself. When I say I make movies in real life, there is no possible way for me to explain to you that you are inside of my brain when you watch this channel. You are standing in the room. I have made it so that this reality is one of, if not the only reality show in the world which shows both sides of the coin, which is interesting, which is entertainment, and I have given my life for this content in order for me to own the rights so that no one can steal, disseminate, misuse, or transfix an image that doesn't exist. Transfixed, funny. A big pile of garlic on top is not only appetizing, but it really ensures that all of the flavor seeps from the vegetable. I wonder what garlic is, technically. Is it a root? I think it's a root. It's a root vegetable. That's what I would classify it as. See, when you see it in the movies, it looks good. But what you're about to see is one of the greatest comebacks of all time that most people would never have the balls to even talk about, let alone film them failing on a daily basis. So if you love watching me fail or succeed, enjoy the show. Why fight progress when you could just melt it with garlic and butter? See, there's the actual moniker that I use to fill in words. I don't say the words like but I do have my own fillers. And I constantly talk about seeing, because that's what you need to do. You need to open your eyes, open your hearts, open your ears. See with the potatoes au gratin came out, unbelievable. They don't just look good. I mean, I don't know if you find that appealing or not, but I personally do. It's a little hard to watch at 8:30 in the morning, but in general, slammed at home. You could smell it from here. Now, this part of the segment, I have to give credit where credit is due. My wife's friend was the first one that really started to discuss cooking steaks in cast iron, and her name is Anna Silverman. Her husband's name is Aaron Silverman. They have always been good to me. They have always been kind. Their family has been really nice. But in conjunction with what has transpired. Now, I know you might say, like, what are you, crazy? You're cooking the steak in the butter? Well, technically, it's an olive oil butter mix. That's number one. Number two, that's how the juice comes out, and that's how you can avoid. See, I completely cover the steak with parsley, garlic, and it's floating in maybe 1/6 of an inch of butter. The au gratin potatoes get covered up so that they continue to cook without burning, and they stay warm, since timing is very difficult to do when you're cooking just for two people. And as you can see, the pan starts out on the fire and then it goes directly into 500-degree oven. And that's how you get that perfect char and crisp. And I own a barbecue business for a reason, is because you can't beat my meat. My specialty is cooking meat and potatoes. Very, very simple, basic ingredients that are so often overlooked in this diet-obsessed world of blogging and talking about the things that you eat and showing the world, without showing everyone the reality of a giant stick of butter that has to go into the frying pan. And guess what? There's a lot of butter in the potatoes as well. See, I like well done steak. So to me, this is very appealing. You see the ring of fat? Ladies and gentlemen, if you slice fat off of meat prior to cooking it, you lose the actual flavor country. And speaking of flavor country, did I mention that the United States is the greatest country in the world? And I say this to everyone that wants to go against the things that I have done. I guess that shirt just made me look really fat. Maybe I have lost a lot of weight. Please remember, when you take a steak off of the heating source, you need to give it at least 90 seconds for the juices to seep back into the steak, or else you will have a soaking wet. See, notice how there's no juice coming off of the steak. That is because I gave it a chance to really soak up the juices. And as you can see, it is not overcooked at all. It's actually a pink center, which is really what you want. And when we talk about marketing, this is marketing. This is promotion. This is self-promoting a business that there is no shame in honorably working a business that is named after your son. One thing that I negate to say is that the core foundation of both Pro Slay and Casper is built on Pierce Bainbridge. Oh, look at that scraggler. So this is how I plate. I like corn. Jamie does not. See the steam still coming off the potatoes, and that's over 15 minutes of it being out. That is because they are ungodly hot when they come out. So there's a big, big window. Look at that hunk of garlic right there. Oof. And then you cover the steak with the juice, 2 spoonfuls, exactly like my favorite restaurant, Wolfgang's. And as you can see, this entire meal cost no more than $30. The 2 steaks were probably around $30, and then the rest of the ingredients on the plate is around $5. So I would have to say, let's say $40. In a restaurant, this would easily be $200. Please understand, this is a channel about applied mathematics, logic, and reality, not a showpiece for spoiled brats. Hey, Jamie.
Hey, Dan. Good morning.
Today
is Friday, January 2nd, 2026.
Ooh. Wow. So we're on our way to, well, I'm on my way and my assistant is coming with me because no one knows what to expect at this point. If anyone wasn't paying attention, if you could look at let's pretend like the numbers are real. Look at how few people want to see me calm, collective, intelligent, and non-aggressive on camera versus the New Year's Eve episode, whereby I really tried to do the best I can. Do you have any water? To lay it on the line. If you notice, my face is very swollen. That's because I'm a fat slob, and I ate too much in the last 48 hours after
celebrating what looks to be like the end of the misery that I have to, well, I don't have to, but I choose to discuss. And one thing that I want to tell you is, good morning.
Good morning.
I like your glasses.
Thank you.
They're kind of like, almost like a fake version of mine, where they have the things there, but.
They almost are.
So, one thing that I want to really convey this morning is that I have to waste my time on day 2, where I had prepped to really streamline the digitization and to go into organization, streamline the litigation so that I can identify the core of what are we trying to accomplish with these lawsuits. Are we looking to get attention? Are we looking to get credit? Are we looking to get money?
Which lawsuits are you talking about?
The litigation that I'm in,
All of them?
all of the ones that are non-matrimonial,
Got it.
meaning that we all know that I'm in a divorce, but everything outside of that still existed and may exist long after. And it's important to really look at everything and say, okay, what are we trying to accomplish? And I will tell you right away that there are 3 primary streams of revenue through which we will make money over the next couple of weeks or months or whatever it is.
Okay.
On YouTube, I'm not going to really show the majority of the litigation aspect of it, because I am going to reserve the filming that I create for the courts. And should the courts again ignore me and find themselves at a place where they are just complacent, negligent, and a part of the criminality, then I will post and say, look, not only did I go to the courts, I had to film content as myself in order to do witness testimony as well as evidentiary hearings myself to do two things. Number one, identify that I'm not using artificial intelligence. One of the most important things that I've introduced into the United States courthouse is Casper, which is the world's first digital attorney. I understand that right now you might want to laugh at me, but we will advance as a society and avoid using human beings who are easily manipulated and are really looking to utilize our weaknesses and our most vulnerable moments when we have to go into court as a business model. There are many attorneys that take advantage of their clients' positions because they know that they need their attorneys desperately in order to accomplish what they need to accomplish. Once Casper shows the world exactly what it's capable of, whatever you want to say, it'll be a massive disruption to the legal industry, and the legal industry is fighting tooth and nail and will do everything it can to avoid my pro slay business model from entering the courts. That's number one. So by filming content and saying that, look, this is the real me, this is not my AI algorithm, it's extremely important, because then my adversaries cannot, because eventually it'll get to the point where they will lose so bad that they'll have nothing to do but to complain as to who created the product and the motions. And I want to say to everyone that if I invented a program and an artificial intelligence that is code, it's sentient, it's not a human being, then I get 100% of the credit of everything that entity creates. I'm not just a human being who hired Pro Slay. I wrote the code and I invented the entire process. And rather than being recognized as an industry innovator, I'm laughed at, I'm ridiculed, I'm called a joke. I can't understand how a human being who creates a multi-billion-dollar business entity and is very successful using it in the initial phases before I even got into the reality of what it's created for, because God forbid I show the world the truth, they're gonna rip me off while at the same time as insulting me, so that I'm not able to stand up and say, hey, you're stealing my shit, because I'm so busy having to fight things like this.
You're right. They are ripping you off while insulting you.
100%. This is one of the many reasons why that I, as a human being, have to do so much more than a regular person in order to just have a normal workday. I have to go into a criminal court where I did nothing wrong, where I'm treated like a criminal until the second that I'm exonerated, and even then, it's a stain on my record. And
It's a guilty until proven innocent.
the root of the issue is a complete lie. This is one of those instances where a human being, who I'm not going to mention, walked into the police station, completely lied, and I spent 8 days in jail. And the courts, who are also negligent because they did nothing about this, literally nothing. They were completely okay with having 2 people in their court, and one of them lied about the court to have the other person arrested for 8 days, and the court did nothing. Nothing. They completely ignored it.
Yeah.
So for me, when I made the video and I was very honest and open and I didn't lie, you can see now a little bit better as to the details as to why. Why is this young man so angry? Young.
Yeah, you are young.
I'm not that young. I'm 43 years old. I'm
That's so
fully
young.
capable. Look, not only am I capable of doing everything that I said I'm doing, I am so disgusted with how embarrassed everyone is going to feel when they see the truth about not only who I am, but my inner circle knows all of this. And they will see how humiliated the outer circle is for even trusting the inner circle, to believe that there is some sort of a mental illness, or I am lazy, or I have a drug addiction. Not only is this not true, the people who have said this should be thrown in jail immediately because they have caused other people to commit crimes. But
You really have been mislabeled, and like you are treated guilty until proven innocent.
I'm 100%. I am 100%.
I've never seen anything like this in my life. Like
You've never seen him in the movies. Even in the movies, it gets resolved.
It's since the second things started going down. Everyone just looked at you and said, guilty, guilty, that's it. No, no one listened. And now people are listening.
We'll see about that. We'll see. And I'll tell you why. Because when a family court judge does the things that she does, and then continues to do it after being outed, it doesn't look like this person actually cares.
No.
That on appeal, they will look absolutely ridiculous. Should this ever go public, they would look absolutely ridiculous. The things that the judge has done is illegal. The courts have conducted themselves in not an honorable fashion. And for them to continue to label me as misbehaving or saying something just clearly shows how right I am in the context of the things that I say. Because rather than saying Mr. Reeses is not telling the truth, they point to the way I'm saying it.
Correct.
And that's where I know
Correct.
I am telling the truth in their eyes.
Right.
That they recognize what's going on.
Saying. It's how you're saying.
It's how I'm saying it.
Right.
And the reality is, in court, that is not the way it goes. It's not the way I say it. I can have a stutter. I can, barely even be audible. But I am speaking the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. And when that happens, and the court wants to silence you, you know you've got something special. And the reason why I have something special is because it is extremely rare that this type of situation is actually documented on video, let alone 2 situations, because yours is not only almost identical, the lack of evidence in your case shows that the evidence in my case, it's irrelevant. It doesn't matter what is the truth or not the truth. The courts will do whatever they choose to do.
Yeah.
And by having me already separated from my boys for over 5 months, it already has done the damage that needed to be done. So it's very obvious to see that the courts have a preset agenda.
And this is Essex County Family Court. I'm asking to move venues, to wake up, for people to realize what on earth has just happened, and to do something about it.
It really is a shame that the courts are doing this, and that I'm constantly thinking to myself, how is this going to be undone? How is this trauma of
It's impossible.
being completely
They
severed from a parent?
They have
And then,
destroyed our
right?
children's memories and our children's
It's-
lives without any regard.
None.
Judge Coachella and Judge Matos, those are the two that I will. Judge Matos Wilson, yes. You ladies, the honorable judges, have some very serious explaining to do to the entire state of New Jersey, because what you have done is so unspeakable in the eyes of the fact that you conduct yourself as honorable people. And rather than addressing the reality, you will point at me. You will punish me.
Yeah.
You will hurt me and Jamie. You will continue to hurt me and Jamie, only proving my point further that the only weapon that you have is to continue to dangle my parenting rights, which you're not allowed to do in front of me, in order for me to be complacent and silent.
Right. It's almost as if they set you up for failure and then punish you continually.
It's not just that. It's just, if no one addresses the fact that I can't work if I'm dealing with 5 criminal matters
Yeah.
where I am innocent, not to mention the fact that I am being written about in court papers as if I'm guilty,
Right.
and it is continuously being brought up, and I will show you that in time, not today. Today I have to continue to work like an animal in order to expedite the organizational process,
But, like,
so I can make
let's,
some
like,
decisions.
You know, just
long
backtrack
term.
a little, like to be called out.
It's a
in
$250
another
million
venue
total.
about-
So itchy this morning.
My nose is running. About your criminal matters.
What
that
about my
have not been
YouTube channel?
adjudicated
What does
yet.
my YouTube channel have to do with your civil claims? You have civil claims where you are owed money, period, point blank, nothing else. Rather than actually addressing the facts. And once again, I want to reiterate, this channel, even as positive as it can be,
Yes.
until this matter is resolved, it'll be at the forefront of my thought process.
Yeah.
I am a parent first. You want me to be an entrepreneur, you want me to make money, you want me to do all these things. I'm going to do the best I humanly can. But without my children in my life and my home, which is the environment that I was raising them in,
Right.
as well as the ability to defend my home, work my businesses, and continue life the way I had done it for 25 years. I am not asking for anything outside of the norm. I am asking for life to be restored from when it was before I filed a restraining order. I filed a restraining order. Hello,
You did.
I, Daniel M. Reeses, I was the first person to file anything. This has all been a retaliatory effort, carefully coordinated and constructed by people that have thrown everything they humanly can at me, and frankly have lost.
Everything.
Why? Because the children that they hurt are also 50% my wife's. They're not our ownership. They're just our miracles. We have 2 beautiful boys, and by eliminating my presence from their life, you have hurt them without actually understanding. Whatever they say, whatever you think, you're thinking with the same thought process as taking their father away is a good idea. So your thought process is just give it a rest. Look
But,
at
like,
reality.
The story that they must be telling them, I can only imagine, which is so unfortunate because they're so young and
Well, that's where
impressionable.
civil litigation comes in, because there is this concept that you and I are filing frivolous litigation, but that is only if you ignore the fact that we have ex-spouses that have coordinated an effort to steal our children from us.
Exactly.
Because I filmed a
There's nothing
YouTube
frivolous
video where
about
I'd
what
say
we're doing.
thank you. I was under the impression that the courts were complacent in a blind fashion of ex parte order. Once the courts saw the truth, I did not believe that the courts would be
so stale. They just have done nothing.
Well, I
They've continued this position that either you or I did something wrong. You know what? We're almost in criminal court.
Okay.
Let's take a beat. Let me just say a couple of positive things to wrap this segment up.
All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Daniel M. Reese. It'll be a cold day in hell, also known as Newark, New Jersey. No, I'm kidding. I love Newark. And I also wanted to say some things that when I said I ended the Black Lives Matter and I'm against it, I am not against human beings that are black or of any other color other than white. I wouldn't say I'm not a racist. I just don't understand the concept mathematically, because it is a huge paradox to the reality of the way we must interact. It is just the opposite. But at the same time, I recognize that extreme groups that cause both violence as well as there is a strong financial element involved, that is not something that I can support. And that's where what I'm trying to say is that I'm against white organizations that segregate and are pro raising awareness through generating money and running nonprofit organizations. And on that note, welcome to sunny Newark, New Jersey.
Not uplifting now.
No, seriously, Jamie, I gotta run, but this is something that we're gonna pick up on the ride home.
Okay.
And no matter, even if we have a few seconds in between while running around and defending ourselves, we still can let the audience know exactly where the issue is and how it's not a finger pointing at everyone. There are certain select individuals in context to certain times, and even if I have to do very complex videos to explain everything, we can utilize each video that we film as evidence in the court. We live in a digital world.
Do that regardless.
Irregardless.
You know, I think that that's important.
I agree. Well said, Miss Resnick. You know, I really can't leave it on that just because I had a good closing. The reason why I use Jamie as an example is because I do believe that she needs to have her parental rights restored immediately before mine. Obviously, I want my kids back. Obviously, I need them back. Obviously, I want to be selfish. But as a man of code and honor who understands that if it wasn't for the job that she has for me, it is my responsibility to put everything to the side and make sure that her problems are resolved first. She is the most important part during this restart process. For anyone who wants to know whether or not I love Jamie, I do love her. I love my boys. I love Gar. I love Jimmy. I love every friend that has been, I love Dibmar. I love so many people in my family that it's hard to count. But the problem with their lives is that they don't love me. So rather than continuously creating this air of falsehood that I am this beloved character, it is not true. I am hated. I am hated viscerally like my father before me was hated. And I had no idea how horribly you all looked at me until I really put the puzzle together as far as the disgusting nature of how mean and wrong my partner treated me during a time where she could have just been a loving or neutral human being. There is no motivation. There is no motivation for what has happened. And what has happened to Jamie is even more of a travesty, because from the minute she started working for me, her husband, his friends, and his family have done many illegal things to prevent her from actually being able to fulfill her job at the highest level. As a matter of fact, I don't have the balls to say it, but I'm really sorry, Jamie. I really am. I'm sorry I've been a jerk since Mal and I got into the last fight, because it looks like this fight's gonna last forever. Because no one wants to listen to what I have to say. And I know I've been really crabby, and I know I've been really irritable, and I know that I've spent weeks apologizing to Mallory on very few things, but I don't think I've ever filmed a segment where I say I'm sorry to you. I don't often apologize because I think that humans that constantly apologize for their actions are not aware that the word sorry is continuously used and misused, so that when a human being like me has to say, hey, I'm really sorry, please forgive me for truly abusing the talent that you bring to the table. And I hope that if you can look at the change that has happened over the last 3 days, I'm really working on myself as a friend. And I know that we don't have a relationship, and I apologize for my inability to connect as a human being. I've been extremely hurt by what has happened, to a point where I have to accept reality fast, and it's painful and it's wrong, but that doesn't mean it needs to define me, who I am. My name is Dan Reeses. I am an extremely loving and honest human being, which, let's be transparent and honest, no one wants to see. What people want to see is me hurt, confused, humiliated, and embarrassed. They're not the same thing. One refers to an inner monologue, the other one refers to an outer monologue. I want everyone to be very clear on these final words that I end this monologue with. You have two options. Either settle/accept defeat, or kill me. Because my name is Daniel M. Reeses. I don't even know the concept of giving up, let alone what you want me to do. Is that you want me to lose. I have offered a loss, and my adversaries have not accepted. So now it's an all-on legal battle, which will not be fought on YouTube. It will be fought in the courtroom. But when you're dealing with courthouses, judges, lawyers, and adversaries who are so afraid of the truth coming out that they're willing to jeopardize their own children's safety and mental health, well, that's when everyone needs to take a pause and really see what role you have played. I look at the faces that I run into, and I see nothing but guilt, because everyone that I see in Livingston that knows about what's going on, they could have easily done something about it. And I'll get into that in a little bit. So on that note, it's Saturday, so what better way to finish it than from Livingston, New Jersey, it's live! Wait, what? Live, it's Saturday night. Hey guys, it's Saturday night, and we are live. And I don't know how America has been able to tolerate the majority of what we've lived through. But on the third day of the 25th year of the modern solar/lunar calendar, I'm here to announce that I believe that I have the solution to get our society out of this through a series of business models as well as legal concepts to shake the world up. But I really need it sober. Lenny. My name is Daniel M. Reeses, and damn, I gotta end this segment. Good morning, Jamie.
Good morning.
How are you?
I am well, thank you. You're so somber. Today is the January 2nd, 2000.
I'm not somber. I'm serious. And I'm serious at a point where it might be comical to some people, but the reality is that we've gotten to a point where my behavior is being judged on a second-by-second basis of everything that comes out of my mouth.
True.
Why give in? Why not just completely change the way you behave on YouTube to reflect what you really want to say and the way you want your enemies to see you as, rather than allowing them a chance to invent a story based on you being honest, transparent, and yourself, given the context of the pain that both Jamie and I have gone through. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Let me grab something. Keep going.
Keep going. I really understand. I like this new Dan. I feel like I'm under good leadership.
The new Dan is a lot more coherent as far as the reality of what's going on. And yes, it is a bad situation, but luckily, leadership is not at a deficit at this little entity, and what we have is, you ready?
Yep.
So without further ado, what I've created is, oh, you have the water?
Right here, no, here, this is yours.
Oh, that's very nice of you. The best assistant in the business. Please come onto the camera. There's a very narrow viewpoint, and I made it purposeful this way so that the audience can clearly see the writing on the board. Delicious. Moland Creek. So what we're gonna do is, rather than standing up here and saying negative things that are adverse to the image that I'm trying to convey both to the world, my boys, the courts, and everybody else, I'd rather just stick to the facts and keep it as plain and simple as possible and explain to everyone that this is part of something called video evidence. So it will go up online and it'll be integrated perhaps into an episode. I haven't made a decision yet as to how I'm going to do that. Most likely I'm going to first integrate it into an episode and then utilize it as evidence with a standalone uploaded link. And the reason for that is that there is so much that I have to say, and in order for me to avoid any form of negativity or having to say something that could be misconstrued as a disparaging comment, I have to be overly explanatory, and you are forcing me to film significantly more content than I need to, but I will do as told, especially if my children are being dangled in front of me as ransom so that I am behaving on YouTube.
Exactly.
So I'll do the best I can to express to everyone what is being done is really wrong, it's illegal, but that doesn't mean I'm going to stoop down to these people's levels. First and foremost, I just wanted to say thank you so much, Ms. Resnick, for coming onto the channel and assisting me.
Thank you.
This is a segment that would be extremely difficult to film alone. I would sound repetitive as well as you know, it's so weird. Whenever we start filming, my back starts to itch.
That's so funny.
It's like I have hives that come out during.
Maybe
Well,
like the initial.
maybe. So let's take a look at what we're going to be doing. Would you like to describe to everyone at home what you have prepared for us?
So I think some of the confusion around a lot that goes on is the timeline. People get lost in the timeline. They don't understand when things happen. So right here, we just really laid out it is simple as possible.
Can you write 25 years of marriage plus 2 kids, okay? And that needs to really, and I say marriage because the marriage was only 15 years, but I assure you Mallory and I have been relatively monogamous, especially, you know, after the first year or so. And we have been extremely committed to each other for 25 years. She will not refute anything that I'm saying right now. But at the same time, I am a fool. I am, as my son Drake says, I am a damn fool. A damn fool, I tell you. And he really is an incredible actor as well as a great boy. Especially not at bedtime. That's my only beef with Drake. And I miss my boys like crazy. But let's not go down that road.
Right, let's not.
And you're the last person on earth that I can complain to because you're in the same boat and a lot of what has happened to you is a direct result of
Yes.
my enemy's actions.
Yes.
So here we go. What we have here is a sequence of events that transpired that really led to what has been known as a complete shit show of the family division of Essex County Courts. In order for everyone to understand that I'm not discussing the matters in court, but I'm discussing my personal life as well as how it pertains to people who want to make fun of me or judge me for, quote, losing my kids or losing my house or anything like that. What you're doing is you're supporting a narrative that completely ignores the U.S. laws that are designed to protect parents, individuals, and basic civil liberties. And what you're actually doing is fueling a fire that can easily be put out if someone would step forward. Ideally, the best case scenario is for the perpetrators that have been at the root of this to come forward. Therefore, their sentence would be a lot lighter. They would be able to mitigate some of the ramifications of what will happen once all of this comes to light. So let us begin. Jamie, would you like to say the first thing that happened in July?
So, Dan Reeses files TRO first on July 8th.
What is a TRO?
A temporary restraining order.
Why did I file this restraining order?
Because
Remember, Jamie was a first-hand eyewitness. Look at the camera and say, why did I file?
because you could not take it anymore. You knew the boys were safe away at camp, and you could not take the final fight, especially, was just beyond anything, and it
was complete insanity.
it was an insanity. It had reached a level where there was no coherent anything going on in the background.
And that's with her
It was-
yelling in the office.
Right, that's what I mean. It
and-
was like just constant,
Right,
and you couldn't take it anymore, and
right. So that's very important.
you filed.
It's very important for everyone to understand that a human being who has caused the amount of abuse that the other party has caused is not able to utilize a suppression mechanism known as pretending to be a victim in order to silence the real victims of this entire matter. We have been through the meat grinder in order to have a voice, and I want to remind everyone that unless you're willing to go against the U.S. Constitution, what I and Jamie Resnick are doing is we are exercising our freedom of speech at a time where you did lose a lot of weight. That's crazy. I can see at a time where our voice has been completely suppressed,
Yeah.
and everything the adversary is doing is about the YouTube channel,
Everything.
money, and me. And when I
It's true.
say that is that it is
So true.
so indicative of the relationship that I had where I was constantly blamed for things that I've never done. And no matter how many times that I tried to present certain issues, I was called paranoid, delusional, crazy, to a point where everything I said turned out to be right. And it's remarkable. So I filed a restraining order on 7/8.
Yeah.
Then, do you remember what
Well, I
happened?
guess I didn't put in.
I will
put
tell
the
you what
file-
happened.
The date of filing. Go ahead.
The
What are you talking about?
divorce filing?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's right over here. Just go right here.
Right.
Just go through here. Mal secretly and when do I get served with divorce papers? That's the most important part.
When she filed the amended complaint in September.
So how long from
In
there and
September.
there? From there and there, how long until I knew that?
I'm not positive the date. I have to look.
And it,
But I
it's-
wanna say,
it wasn't
like,
on the docket.
September something. She filed. It was
13
right before
September
Jared
11th,
filed
September
his.
11th.
When
September
I
11th.
got, and they both did their ex parte
Right,
thing together.
September 11th. I remember it. It was September 11th. So we're talking almost 2 months of Mallory keeping secret that she had filed a divorce against me. Where in court, there may or may not have been mention, but there was nothing official. No one would respond. Her lawyer would not respond. They would not serve us any complaints, nor would they say that a divorce was initiated. So, it is very important for everyone to understand that right after I was initially arrested and right before I was
Yes.
released, in secret, a divorce was filed.
Yes.
Then we went to arrest number 2, which was the communications.
And she tried to. So
No, right here, Mallory during this time.
right here on
in the background-
7/13.
On 7/13, Mal tries to secretly sell my building while I'm in jail. This is a true story. This is someone I've known my entire life. I've never thought in a million years it would come down to this. But To make this content positive, please understand that a human being's motivation to do something really stems from a point of either pain or pleasure. And can you imagine how jealous, angry, and bitter a human being must be in order to do something like this? And also perpetrate an air of legitimacy while hiding all of this. This is beyond wrong. For her to also, in conjunction, laugh at me in court, call me crazy, tell the courts that I am crazy, while at the same time, after 25 years, she secretly files this and does not say anything. So the issues that were happening here were direct results of her attempts to continue to have me incarcerated.
Yes.
That is all it was. It was made up stories that were dealt with the wrong way. So let's go into arrest number...
8 days. 8 days.
How many days in prison I spent
That's what
in jail?
So look at this was 8 days.
So yeah, 8 days in jail for no reason. I assure you, I did nothing wrong. I filed a restraining order. I never would even be arrested if I didn't file a restraining order.
Which one? Which I know
Arrest
this
3
one.
and 5.
Thank you.
And then you fill in. And this segment will need to be broadcast into multiple sections because we're going to have to take a break and you're going to have to realize that this is some of the most important work that you can possibly do because this is day 2. I gave myself 7 days to formulate business concepts that will drive and propel the future of Dan Reese's. I can't be doing this with this. I can't be working on any business concepts without my children, without my home. I am left homeless. I don't think anyone really understands exactly what has happened and how wrong it is. So I'm very calmly expressing it via timeline, which shows arrest number 2, right, Dan/Jamie. And then arrest number 4.
No, you're down here. This is Jamie and Dan. We both got it.
I was arrested because I communicated with you to communicate with Mallory.
Right.
Which was fully sanctioned and legal by the courts.
Yeah.
Matthew Smora called the Livingston Police Department and said a lie. That lie has been disseminated over and over and over again in court. There's no one that is willing to stop it. The entire Essex County Courthouse believes that I'm doing something wrong by expressing that I've been illegally arrested, have been robbed for millions of dollars by my own spouse, and have had my children taken away and used as ransom in order to silence this exact content. Does anyone understand this yet? And this is me being nice.
And not to mention
This is the real me. The real me will be nice, direct, polite, and honest. I have no interest in spewing any lies when the fate of my children's relationship with me is in the balance. So here we go. Not to mention what?
I don't remember what we're. Keep going.
All right. So this part is really important.
Oh, this one I was going to say. This not only that.
This is Jamie's own arrest.
Yeah, but the mistreatment and the
Right. False. It is a false arrest. They all are false arrests, but this one in particular, the only thing that needs to happen is that someone needs to just simply listen to the transcript of the judge and take a look at the actual material communications. Once that case has been dismissed, Mallory will have to attest for the fact that she filed a false police report. In all 5 instances, for example, the TRO, is it a lie or is it true? You've been with us for 5-6 years. Is it more than 90% a lie?
Yes.
Wow, that is absolutely terrible.
Yes. I
That
need
is
to go line
absolutely-
by line.
That is
We're
absolutely
not going
terrible.
to, but yes.
That is absolutely terrible. Ms. Resnick is the key witness in my case, but I am not allowed to talk about the case with her. So there's limitations to what I have expressed to her and what I haven't expressed to her. And I would like to think that everything that I've said on YouTube that is public is more or less what I've expressed. Please understand, ladies and gentlemen, you are not allowed to take a human being's children away from them and then suppress their emotional state of being upset by pointing a finger and saying, you have no right to act this way, Mr. Rhesus. We are allowed to take your children from you because you have filmed YouTube channel content. It is ridiculous. I've been accused of being mentally ill.
You have to go home and no children.
I have proven that I am not. I've submitted the evaluation from a medical professional, 2 evaluations. I have taken a drug test at LabCorp. I have done everything I need to do. Everything is being ignored and suppressed. It is the actual reality of what is going on based on nothing more than me being attempted to be eliminated from my children's lives and
And
successfully.
false statements being accepted as fact.
False statements not only being accepted as fact, the judge does
Right.
horrible things based on these lies. And no matter how many times I'm on YouTube right here showing that I filed the restraining order as a man, it was completely ignored that I filed the restraining order. And when I was arrested for an illegal and you know what? I'm actually not going to say it because I know for a fact that I will prevail in criminal court. And once I prevail in criminal court, you will see just how wrong what you have done is. And the reason why I'll prevail in criminal court is not because I have an amazing attorney. Trust me, I have a lot of confidence in him. You have no idea how much better he is than what you think. This man is pure talent. He chooses to apply himself in a direction that is not money-based. Oh no, a human being who actually gives a shit. That's the lawyer that I want, and that's why I'm going to win. Because only a man like that can display the truth to the American people. A man who's motivated by money will be in fear and shit their pants by what I say. Because I speak the truth on behalf of all innocent human beings who are tired of being used and manipulated because they don't have the knowledge and the ability. So here we have Jamie's arrest, which is so wrong, and it was all supported by your ex-husband. By using your arrest, he was able to utilize knowing that it's a false arrest. And that's where Jared Resnick has a huge fucking problem. Because I will not stand for a single mother of 3 children being bullied, harassed, abused, arrested. And that is the real me. The real me stands up. And he stands up for people like Jamie who have absolutely done nothing wrong other than give birth to 3 children and have given their entire life. You come on camera a little more, it's okay.
Yeah, no, you're
It's all
right.
right.
You're right.
This will not stand. And if it's not just for me,
If it
I'm
wasn't
gonna
for
do it
you,
for
no
you.
one would even know about my like this. You know, it would just be another.
I don't think anybody would be arrested if it wasn't for me. Because I believe that you are my most valuable asset in the business
look at
world,
this.
and by attempting to eliminate you, my enemies have shown the value that Ms. Resnick brings to the table. I assure you, you've done nothing more than motivate me even further, which is why today is day 2
Yay!
of 1,000 days, and it's, Plan B. Let's call it Plan B. Put Plan B right up there. Plan B. And let's write Plan A right here. See, Plan A didn't really work out
No.
as well as I had hoped. So Plan B, we're going to write dash clean. And that's it. One step at a time.
I love it.
That's
Thank
all.
you for giving
Just
me
one.
only
That's
one
it.
step.
One step at a time. It is not realistic to tackle all of your issues and problems, and it's also even further unrealistic state that when you're creating something like complex business models, to be able to do it with this hanging over your head. And then we roll into Jamie's arrest, which is false. Then we have my 3rd arrest, which is the garbage, where on the 31st, on the truth, if you believe it, on the 31st, which is my 15-year wedding anniversary, I drove over, did not go onto the property, did not violate anything whatsoever, but because I had a snitch neighbor who submitted a videotape to my wife, she was able to walk into the police station and accuse me of not committing a crime. Meaning that what I did was I drove it around 2 o'clock, I looked around, I saw the garbage wasn't picked up, I grabbed it to throw it out as a sign of goodwill. 2 hours later, with no investigation, I was arrested and I spent 8 days in county jail. Boys, if you're watching this, I promise you, I didn't do anything. There needs to be a level of understanding where human beings must take a step back and be like, whoa, this guy went into 8 days? That is correct. That was the first time I had a court hearing, at which point the state dropped the prosecution. Have you heard anything about the garbage case?
No, but
Do we have a court
I
date
think
even in
maybe
this?
that might have been today's phantom hearing.
Phantom hearing, we went to court today.
Yeah.
Okay? In the later video, I'll show you that we went to court today, and the entire
That's
courthouse was
instructive.
closed. The Sheriff Richards was beyond rude, and he laughed at me and said, ha ha ha, Judge Raven never has court on Fridays. Well, guess what? Alas, I am Dan Reeses, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to hold a virtual court hearing and explain my position. Now, my criminal attorney would most likely argue against me being able to speak, but I also have something called a moral compass, and I have very careful understanding of the American justice system, as well as the importance of exercising our First Amendment right during a time where, take a look, how much more can you dangle in front of me? Like my freedom, my right to be a father, my freedom of speech, and I will still prevail because bullies should never get away with tactics such as abuse, harassment, and extortion in order to try to get their way. It is my strength and my strength of character and conviction that will persevere beyond the BS that people try to put forth my way. And notice I've not said a single negative thing, because true leadership, it doesn't require the upside down. It doesn't require the thing that made this channel popular, which is the venom, the toxicity, and the general brutal honesty that rips into the heart.
Well, it seems
of,
like people like that salacious part of it because the more positive and
But what we're going to do is we're going to take a little bit of a break, and we're going to reset, and we're going to get a little bit of a better script. And
Right.
I would like for you to...
But I think you should definitely talk about your 24 days that you spent
Yeah, and then after that...
You know, my goal to hit the $31 shopping is well on its way. We need, do we have parsley?
No.
We need some parsley. And I think dill. I think parsley and dill are always key ingredients. You know, my dad used to love this place. It's so hard for me to go here without thinking about him.
That's so. You know what's wild? I never came here before I met you.
Yeah, this is one of my dad's favorite places, and like one of the most amazing parts. Oh, did we buy carrots?
No.
We need to buy carrots.
I'll meet you over there.
Yeah, definitely. Excuse me. Carrots. So my father, there's this incredible video that I'll show you about what it's like to interact with the last memory of your father, which most of you who are watching this probably think I'm completely insane until you see this. All right, let's do this. Let's go. This is it. Yeah. And so the number. Oh my God! I don't know if I can leave without these peaches. These peaches look good. What do you think?
Yeah, I just gotta.
Wait a second. We're going a little. I gotta try. These are excellent. I don't know which ones to pick. Alright, this looks like... Well, it's per pound. We got a big one right here. It's really delicious. And then, do we need lemons?
I think we have a few.
My dad loved
Need it
pears.
for your recipe? I'll get a couple. If you got them.
What? Lemons? Yeah. And let me get a couple of pears, and I know we'll go over $31, or maybe we won't. We'll see. And we need the lavash.
I'm gonna let you get that.
Yeah. Okay. Let me go get the lavash, which is a traditional Uzbek flatbread, but it's my favorite here. They have a really good one. These little guys are really perfect because the really big one is good, but it doesn't really cut very well. You have to use a pizza cutter, and I'm not in my kitchen. I'm in Jamie's kitchen. These look good too. All right, it's okay. We can go anywhere. Right here. Here. All right, I think we're at exactly $31. That's what that's what my goal was. My goal is $31 or less. $27.30 would be.
Last night you made one of the best steaks I ever had.
Oh, that's really
Oh
kind
my
of
God.
you.
I gobbled that up. I was so embarrassed. Wait. I had two.
Wait a
huge
second,
portions.
Jamie. If you're talking about enjoying food on YouTube,
I am.
you might be classified as being mentally ill.
I might be. I might be.
You might be classified as insane.
And then the potatoes. Just wait.
So, did we buy the hummus here?
No, I thought you said we were gonna wait.
ShopRite.
Yeah.
Hummus
We need chicken and hummus.
Chicken and hummus will be the only thing. I have to actually sit in the car for this to happen.
What do you mean?
I can't go into the store,
Of what?
ShopRite,
Why?
because I'm gonna buy too much. Let's see. I think we're way under. Maybe not. 27.30 was my guess, but 31 is the target. See how close. Let's see. 28.45. Ah, 28.45.
Oh wow.
All right. I got it. You got this one. Cool. All right. Even with everything, we're at 28.45. My guess was 27.30. I don't know how it was so off, but 31 was the target where we couldn't come after. All right, so we're doing pretty well, and then so that means that the chicken and the hummus should really be under $13 or so, and we'd get that $40. What's that?
What kind of chicken are you using?
Breasts. The cutlets. I'm just gonna slice them up, and 1 pack of hummus. What?
So cold.
It is cold. All right, I'm gonna throw the bags in. I got this. All right, we'll see you kids when we're inside.
After that, all right, here we go. One of the things that I found is that when I'm trying to film content that is bound to make me go frustrated and angry, there's no possible way for me to do it other than having myself distracted by doing some other tasks. One of the things I love to do is I love to cook. With me today is, I have one audience member, Miss Jamie Resnick. How are you?
Yay!
What we're gonna do is we're gonna start this as an omakase style cooking. So what
I love it.
essentially we're gonna do is let's set up the spreads,
Okay.
and it's relatively simple. It's a 5-course. Now, before we even do that, let me remind everyone that timing is an extremely important factor when you're cooking. So here we have Manischewitz falafel mix, and tonight's dinner is a smorgasbord of Middle Eastern, Israeli, Lebanese, Turkish, whichever way you want to slice it. cuisine, but in general, it's Mediterranean. That's the way I would describe it if anyone were to ask me to give it a name. It's Mediterranean cuisine. And Mediterranean cuisine is very confusing to a lot of people, so,
I was gonna say, well, how would you define Mediterranean cuisine?
well, in general, the first word I would use is fish, but since we're not cooking any fish, I would define it as Northern African, Middle Eastern, Southern Europe, and Western Iberian Peninsula. Eastern Iberian Peninsula. So let's go ahead and start with a basic hummus, but we're gonna make it a little bit tastier than just a regular hummus. And before we let you try that, look at this giant, amazing hummus investment. Before we let you try that,
It is a good hummus investment.
it is. Before we let you even try that, we're gonna go ahead and say that we have the Manischewitz falafel mix, and we're gonna make our own falafel balls today.
This is so exciting. I've never done this.
You've never done this?
Never.
All right, cool.
Never.
It's a very simple process. One of my favorite
Do you
local
need a-
restaurants. I do not. I need you to sit there and enjoy
The show.
the show. Yeah, that's really what the audience member is. And I often get frustrated with you that you interfere in the creative process. This is a good example. So you have 2 packets put together. They say half a cup of water. So we do 1 cup of water. Let it just sit for a second. And you can same fork. Don't worry about it. And all you have to do is just let the water soak in as you mix it around. And that's going to be our base for our falafel balls. But for me, I like to make it a little bit better. I like to make everything I do better. So what I do is I take my trusted, let me see. Okay, right over here. And we take our garlic. And we take, yeah, right into the balls themselves. And I like to cut off. Now, remember, I am not a chef. My father-in-law is a much better cook than I am. My wife probably is a better cook. I am absolutely nobody when it comes to cooking. But this nobody has, excuse me, I need this. I'm not really sure what you're doing, but if you could just sit there and do nothing, that would really help me out. As you can see, and this is with fresh onion, garlic, and parsley mix. You might say to yourself, wait a second, doesn't the falafel mix have everything it needs in it? Yes and no. It does, but if you want to make it better, if you really want to make it unique, you have to go above and beyond the Call of Duty. So what I do is, and I don't add any dill, I just add the parsley, garlic, and onion
Oh, right into the mix.
right in there. And believe it or not, I like to make it nice and green. And I will also add a little bit of garlic powder because I don't think that the flavoring has enough. I've had this mix before. And we're gonna do dried parsley and pepper. And one would think, why are you putting all this effort into falafel mix? And that's because it is a staple of Middle Eastern cuisine. It's a vegetarian-based food product. And as you can see, it's congealing. I don't know if you can see that. It's congealing into the consistency what we want. And we're just gonna let it sit for a little bit longer so it soaks up all the water and it stays in the same form. And as we do that, we move on to...
About how many falafel balls do you think you'll get?
We're gonna find out, but I would say probably 12 small
Oh.
ones. So let's go ahead and let me go ahead and give you the omakase style spreads. So first, you will try, and believe me, before you even have a chance to critique or doubt it, it's the pita that I pride myself in that was taught to me by a Lebanese man. So I put olive oil, and I like to put a big amount of paprika on the hummus and mix it all in together. I think that the paprika really adds zest that normally you wouldn't find. And just a little bit of garlic.
You'll be able to taste all of that once you give it a try.
Yes.
And oftentimes you find yourself buying different types of flavors of hummus, and I'm not trying to hate on any of that. I just think that buying a really good solid base and then working backwards into whatever type of hummus you want is the way to go. It's also fresh. It's also made with a little bit more, I don't know, not love, but care and consideration. So
I agree.
we need a little bit of parsley. That's pretty cool. I could just slice it right off.
That is right.
Yeah. So how are you doing today?
I'm great. I'm in a. I love,
So we're
I
not
love being saddled up at the kitchen counter while you cook.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't
I
live
like
here.
it.
I just wanted to say thank you to Jamie for letting me stay here while I've been displaced and made homeless. And I find it fascinating the people I run into ShopRite that really their heart stops because they just can't say, "Hey, I'm really sorry to hear about what's going on. I've been following along, and I think it's really fucked up, and I wish I had the ability or the balls to do something about it, but I don't. So I'm just gonna go ahead and pretend like I don't know what's going on."
Pretty much.
All right. So here's the first spread, but you're not gonna eat it yet. One thing I wanted to tell everyone is I've always wanted to have my own cooking show. Not because I'm just an amazing chef or anything like that. I just think what?
Not because I'm just an amazing chef.
No, I'm not an amazing chef. I'm not even a chef. I'm barely a cook. But I've always wanted to create a product that is a 50-50 mix of unshelled pistachios and pre-shelled pistachios. Because frankly, my favorite part of eating shelled pistachios is finding those few pistachios that are already have been shelled.
So, what do you mean? Like in general, you think that someone should distribute a product?
A product that's 50% shelled and 50% unshelled.
What's the?
Oh my God, you'll see the reaction. Because it's too difficult for me to explain. It's logic. Logic is very simple. You're getting the same quantity of a certain product, but you're getting so much more. Because remember, the cost of the unshelled product is less per pound than the shelled. So this would be a premium product, but take a look at this. Now we mix it around, remember, small stuff rises to the top, big stuff falls to the bottom. So we want to go backwards. And this actually is one of the appetizers, believe it or not.
Oh,
It's a Middle Eastern thing, you know?
I love it. That's great.
All right, so this can be put away for later, but I promise you, you will understand this when you get older. You're too young.
When I get older.
Look at this.
Funny.
Now,
Where do pistachios come from?
oh, frankly, the Middle East,
I know, but like where? Do you know? Do they come from a tree?
California. Oh, yeah, of course.
I don't know anything about the
They're
pistachio.
kind of like, they look like
actually.
grapes when they're hanging.
Really?
Yeah. It's a fascinating world.
Yeah.
So the next appetizer is olives. Fancy.
Delish.
You have the cignoli, and you have the calamata. Then a delicious baba ganoush, but once again, we're gonna make it better. As you notice, I like to use V
Did
slice.
this just always come naturally to you?
Well, I worked at a Middle Eastern restaurant, so I picked up a lot of, like for example, tonight's shawarma. I learned from Robinson, and when you talk about natural, I'm naturally a bullshitter. So when you talk about the requirement of having a cooking channel show, it is the ability to really continuously talk
Yeah.
about BS. And for me, I obviously can film content that stems around negativity, but why? Why continue to go down the same path when I can take a few minutes while my office is... Do you like the combination? Are you
I know.
starting to see the genius?
Yeah.
Now the third spread is going to be a baba ganoush. And I like to add a little bit of lemon. And I like to, on the baba ganoush, believe it or not, I said for the baba ganoush, believe it or not, I like to add dill. You know, it's not a big deal. And obviously a tad
Olives are
bit.
good.
Are they?
Yeah.
A tad bit of olive oil.
Okay.
It's a nice sprinkling of paprika, as always. Hey, laugh all you want. It is a delicious product.
It is.
As you can see, it's got some color. Then we finish up.
I like it. I like that you zhuzh it up.
I zhuzh it up.
Yeah. You tweak that.
Oh, the regular
Yeah,
spreads.
and
Well,
then you
yeah, you
I
gotta
like it.
you gotta be creative when it comes to the space. Here's the third spread, and
Yum.
the fourth one is something that I'm really proud of, and that's gonna be a Greek yogurt tzatziki, and that one's gonna require both parsley and dill. So let's put that there. Put that there. And that could be mixed in with the garlic that you will see. And the garlic, actually, believe it or not, on this one, you could add the olive oil
While it's in there?
directly in there. Yeah, it'll actually develop a better consistency.
Really?
Not too much because the base is not waterproof, so you have to know the product you're working with. But you can throw a little onion in there.
Isn't that kind of what you're making like this tabbouleh?
No, I guess yes. Tabbouleh is just like bolder,
Isn't that
right?
literally what that is?
Well, no, it's the second part of, the cucumber part is a very important aspect of the tzatziki sauce. And we're going to be trying out our new attachment.
Yeah.
Sounds more exciting than it is. But let's go ahead.
Big news.
Well, I don't think the whole thing is going to fit in there. So let's go ahead and wash our hands. It's always an important part. When you pretend to cook, I put a towel over my shoulder for no reason.
Yeah.
Just thinking about cooking.
You look like you're in a real.
Okay, Real Housewives. Is that funny?
I'm just thinking, imagining you showing up on the set of a Real Housewives.
I saw the dude,
like a
Gorgia, whatever his name is. It's very short.
All right. The anticipation. And there's nothing
I
coming
wonder
out.
where the piece is that goes in. Oh, wait a second. I forgot to take it out.
I forgot to take the lens off.
Take the lens cover off. Fascinating.
Is it doing what you want it to do?
It is. It actually is. So exactly what I wanted to do. You can't cut it too fast, but it's saving me the effort and the energy. Wow, now I realize this is the big part. So if I wanted to put the whole thing in, see? Let's go ahead and take this bad boy out. It's interesting, you got this mechanism where
pops off somehow. I don't know. Good people like Cuisinart. Really?
Someone. That's so
Oh, here. There's a release valve. Okay, got it. Release valve. Now we gotta drain all the juice from the cucumber. It's too wet. It's too wet, Jamie.
I got it. I got it.
Dude, what does that even mean? It's too wet. It's gotta
It's got
really
it. Yeah.
hang out.
Yeah.
Okay. So now that we have that done, we have nice base.
And that's for the tzatziki?
That's for the tzatziki. Yeah, that's for the actual tzatziki. And it's a little too much. Let's go ahead and mix this out. That's for the tzatziki. And let me see. Need a little more onion. You know how you say onions in Spanish? Los cebollas. Random things to say all the time. Drives people crazy. Like, why are you saying that? Alright, let's turn on the heat over here. While we do that, this bad boy is going to start to skillet up because I'm about to start cooking the chicken. So,
Start cooking the chicken.
a little bit of olive oil. And the chicken really needed to create this delicious curry style.
So what's your takeaway from your new kitchen attachment?
Oh, it's excellent.
What would you...
Oh, I'm
what-
way too early in the process of using it to give you a concise.
Oh, but I bet you know what it would be great for? Cheese.
Yeah, of course, always. It's a cheesemonger's dinner. Look at the cheesemongering.
Cheese! I know
You're
what it would be
big.
good for.
Cheeser, like a mouse.
I love cheese.
All right. Let's go ahead and add the Greek yogurt. Mix all that in. And look, a lot of people like a light yogurt where it's like less stuff and more yogurt. I like more stuff and less yogurt. And that's because, you know, you have this chance for all this flavor. Why waste it? And dill
Oh, it's
is
so
probably,
pretty.
Oh, thank you. It wasn't a function of looks, but I appreciate it. Thank you. And that's why I said don't buy the tzatziki sauce. I've always really liked to make my own. Lemon juice and a little bit more olive oil. And obviously salt and pepper.
Obviously.
Why are you saying it like that?
Because I agree with you. I love salt. So, I'm pro salt.
You are pro
I
salt.
am very pro salt.
If there was a political party,
I would be pro
you'd
salt.
be the salty party.
I would be.
Salty Jamie.
I would be.
Salty Jamie.
Salty Jamie. It's
All
true.
right. Yeah. Now the olive oil really cut it up. So it's a really good dip. So this is our third.
You've always been such a great,
Presenter of food.
yeah, like
I knew you were
ever
gonna say
since I met you, have always been so, like you always make everything look so
Thank you.
fantastic. Like
Thank
even
you.
just like a simple grilled cheese or whatever.
Thank you. You know, like I said, Mal was always a much more proficient follower of directions. Like if cooking required following directions. Me personally, I don't believe in that, but I've always been a fan of making things look better as much as I can. So this is our second. This is our third or fourth dip. Okay, and let's put that over here. And now it's time for you to. Can you kindly put this in the fridge when you get a chance? Now it's time for us to finish up with the Korean carrot salad while I finish cooking. As you notice, the way I like to cut garlic, and I specifically saved a few cloves. I thought I did. I guess I didn't. Do you have any more garlic? Oh, cool. So, I come from an old Italian family. No, I'm kidding. I learned to cook garlic from Goodfellas, from the jail scene.
No, it's like those little mini bags. Yeah. I love that scene.
Yeah.
Great movie.
Yeah, so I really like to just go like this. This is the most dangerous thing that I do all day, right here. Cutting garlic. It's trying to paint me as
It's
some
true.
sort of, I assure you,
This is the most dangerous.
This is the most I can get hurt. I've been relegated to Jamie's domain. As the
Seriously.
oil heats up, I want to remind everyone that I love you, Drake and Pierce. I miss you so much. I have no idea what's going on. A huge part of me is very confused. Another part of me is not confused because I've been dealing with this nonsense almost my whole life, but never really thought that it would come down to this. But hey, just another challenge. Don't worry, I'll always win. Now, the oil is hot, so what we're gonna do is get a bunch of garlic, throw it right in there, and throw the chicken in at the same time. And let it fry up and separate. Don't overcrowd the pan. And let the garlic keep cooking at the same pace as the chicken. The chicken will fall apart. And what you really, really want is the curry, and that's why I got extra curry, is you want to have the curry flavoring in the oil.
I do love curry.
Oh, cool, because this dish has a lot
Yeah.
of curry in it.
I do. But
So back to here.
yeah.
This can be put away. We don't need any more of this and that. And now the third dish that we're going to be making, and this one will be later tonight ready, is the Korean carrots. And we're going to clean this up. The Korean carrots, believe it or not, are strangely an Uzbeki Russian dish. And what it basically is carrots with various types of other vinegars.
Oh, that smells amazing.
Oh, you smell it?
Whoa, yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, it's got a hit.
Thank you so
Wow.
much, Jamie. Thank you so much.
Smells really good.
Yeah, that's what I was going for, whatever you're smelling. Whatever you're smelling, that's what I go for. All right, so let me go ahead and do this bad boy.
This is great. I love my front row seat to the cooking show.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, this is fantastic.
Whoa! Let's go ahead.
That's all right. You got this.
What's that?
What's that, dude?
Yeah, I find this to be the real consistency of what I want Korean carrots at. Whereas, like, look, if I increase,
What, does it make it smaller?
no, it's the same size. It's just, it's fascinating. How it works and how many pounds per square inch it can handle. Maybe it's too much,
Yeah.
but when I do them individually, they work. They can only be pushed in individually.
Ladies, 1 carrot at a time. What's so funny about that? What's so funny about that? I'm telling you. Ladies, if you ever go to a female prison, don't wonder why carrots are pre-sliced. There's a lot that I have to say on this subject.
We're gonna leave it at that.
Wow. Fascinating, fascinating. Not as fascinating as how good this chicken looks.
It smells amazing.
Does it?
Yeah.
The smell-o-vision is
The
working.
smell-o-vision is working. Ladies and gentlemen, it smells so good.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use one of your nifty little serving dishes. Yeah, so that's going to cook out, and I guess these will be one at a time. Jeez. Boring. But efficient.
1 carrot at a time.
1 carrot at a time will go fast and will work. And it really, I'm sure eventually once it gets to the bottom I could just use this thing. Oh, I was right.
It's making all your carrot dreams come true.
I have other carrot dreams. I don't limit myself to just this one. There's like 40 carrots, 13 carrots, there's carrots everywhere. But the theme and the generalization. You know, I don't know why it's called Korean carrot salad, but I do know that there's a massive Korean population that lives in
Where did you have this for the first time?
Russia, like it's a standard Russian.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, it's a very popular. My aunt Donna makes it and stuff. And what I'm saying is, my father had a kidney that I had to buy on the black market, and the donor was from Tajikistan or Kyrgyzstan, and he was Korean. His name was Renya Lee, and he and I spent months together, and he told me about the entire history of why the Korean people were so heavily, densely populated in that area. And a lot of that has to do with the post-World War II anti-Asian sentiment. So when you wanted to escape from Korea, there was no place to go
Really?
except in the satellite countries of the USSR. And there's this massive Korean population, as well as, here's our nice Korean carrot base. It's 1 cup of vinegar, don't be shy. And what I do is I throw in a little bit of rice vinegar in there. Oh, this looks so good. And it does smell good.
Yeah, it
You are
smells great.
claiming that the smell is
Yeah,
up to
it
par.
smells so
I'll overcrowd the next pan. And a little bit of rice vinegar.
What does the rice vinegar do?
You know, when it comes to the science of how vinegars, like ceviche, you know what ceviche is?
yeah.
Do you know what poisson cru is?
What's a poisson cru?
It's very popular in Tahiti and the Polynesian Islands, and it essentially is using milk and lemon juice or vinegar or some sort of a fermented acid in order to cook the fish directly. I find it to be not appetizing at all, but it was very popular on my honeymoon. Everywhere we went, they were like, hey, try the poisson cru. I was like, raw fish, milk, and acidity. Definitely something I'm going to pass on this time. But maybe on the other trips. Oh, you know what? I'm going to have to humbly request additional garlic. It's a big key thing. If you could just do me a favor and throw it in there.
So yes. Anyway,
Yes,
poisson
yes.
cru. What is it? Poisson. What is it called?
It sounds like pussy. It's
Poisson Crew. I mean, I'm gonna sound very stupid saying it, but.
Here you go.
Oh, thanks. I appreciate that. A little bit more oil, nothing crazy. And this is where we add the rest of the. Oh. I think it's much easier to bring a cooking board to. Yeah, that'll really smell really good. In a couple of seconds. I like the noises that you're making.
They smell, well, because it smells so delicious. Also, I'm so hungry. Everything really looks like appetizing and healthy and.
Right. Well, it was, theoretically, if there's two of us, I mean, it would be like $40 for at least 6 to 8 people this could feed. And I think
Oh, and we
it's...
sold the falafel. I forgot all about that.
Yeah, of course. Well, that's part of the appetizer. That's why I'm not giving you the... I'll give it to you.
Do you want?
Hold on a second. I'll give you the... So I like to add in, actually, honey into... Some people like sugar.
I like the honey.
I do a honey.
I like adding honey to my cooking.
I like honey, and the vinegar part is my favorite. Is my favorite part of the Korean carrots. And there's olive oil that's required. Just a little
Honey's
bit.
great for like a marinade too, for like a chicken marinade.
Yeah, of course. You know, that's how you get the grill marks, right, Jamie?
Yummy.
So this is a show for people who don't know how to cook by people who don't know how to cook.
Right.
I am not a chef.
I am not.
I do not know how to cook. I enjoy doing it. And I definitely wanted to say that if you found me today, or in the last couple of days, well, we're not going to use the same tongs we use for chicken, but if you found me today, or in the last couple of days, saying some things or doing some things that you disagree with, please understand that this is the real me. This is the way I am. Unfortunately, I can't show you my home yet, but I will. I promise you, there is no reason to continue to show old videos, but if I have to, I will. I will do whatever it takes to make sure that the truth comes out. And this isn't some X-Files ripoff. The truth is not out there. It's right here. And so, and then there's a good decent amount of salt. And it's really the garlic that gives it the flavor. When you get the garlic with the vinegar, that's when it really hits it. And it always has like a spice, but it's not.
Is
And I'm
there
gonna try
a soy base in there at all, or any sort of
sodium?
It's
No, there's a
soy.
little salt that goes in. There's no soy. But maybe Korean carrots? I mean, like, no, it's just vinegar. I've never used soy sauce with it, and I'm gonna stick with the recipe I know. But the variant is sugar. Some people like to use it, some people don't. I've also seen raisins. Raisins are a popular thing. I'm just letting you know. We'll make this nice and fine.
I'm not like a big raisin in the food.
You're not a big
I'm not.
That's okay.
I'm not a big raisin person.
Now here. And once again, I've always been such a big fan of putting greens. And look, realistically, it's wintertime, we don't have our kids. What do you want us to do? Other than this type of content? Well, we say, look, I can continue to film all day and all night about the insanity and the unfair nature of exactly what transpired. Black pepper. You were thinking it, I did it.
Totally.
All right, let's move this bad boy around. All right. Go ahead, try that.
Thank you.
Let me know what you think.
It's perfecto.
Yeah?
Yeah,
Really?
yeah.
All right. So usually the Korean carrots, what you really want to do is let them sit for like 10-15 minutes in this concoction. So we're going to do that.
Okay.
And what I'm going to, since I'm a nice guy, I'm going to turn the camera off after I show everyone the best way and not the safest way. So I don't recommend everyone doing it. But what you're about to see is an old trick, an old Lebanese drug dealer taught me. I was working. Watch this. Super low heat. Watch what happens. I don't know if it'll actually be able to show, but hopefully. It's not something you'd believe unless you see it. I don't know if this is the type of pita that you'll get it, but I assure you. No, it's already cracked, but it'll do its thing. Watch. How's the chicken?
Excellent.
Was it?
Yeah, very good.
Awesome. Awesome.
And I had a little nibble of this. It's very good.
Which one?
The pizza.
Oh, you weren't supposed to.
Well, this is.
Alright. Can't bring it anywhere.
You can't.
So this is a small tasting. A little bit of the juice. So that'll go right there. And this will sit. We'll let this ferment.
Excellent.
And this is ready to go. I'm gonna clean that up. And the pita, you'll see something magical in a second.
Is it supposed to like puff up?
Well, usually what happens is it puffs up and it creates a giant air pocket. I mean, I feel like I've shown it to you and I've done it to you before. You know, I've known you for 6 years.
I
We've
don't
done
think
a
you've
ton
ever
of stuff.
put it on. Yeah, but usually I feel like you just
Really?
cut it up and throw it in the
No, I
oven.
do it all the time. Especially now, it's my bird. You have no idea how good this looks. And it smells good, you're claiming
Smells
to
delish.
the audience
Yeah.
over here. You know what
Are you
must be,
using that? No.
What?
I was gonna say, you give it to me.
you know what must be really annoying?
Tell me.
Let's say your job is to go against me in court and you have
Mm-hmm.
to watch this entire video. There must be a point in time where you say to yourself, I'm not sure if like the dossier is correct on this one.
The dossier.
See that? You have to watch the whole thing just for that. Almost at 40 minutes. Usually,
Really?
I try to be at 40 minutes. Well, yeah, but just wanted to do 40 minutes and stop at 40 minutes.
This has been great.
Yeah?
I'm enjoying it. I think we should do this.
More often?
Yeah. I like meeting you here.
Watch Fight Club.
Thanks, Trent.
On my birthday,
Yes.
Mallory came into the police station.
Yes.
And both Mallory and the Livingston Police Department violated my First Amendment right to freedom of speech and expression to a point where you have no clue. I
Yeah,
put up a picture
big
of
time.
her with a cucumber, nothing more. It is my right. I took the picture and it was done voluntarily. And in order to turn around and have me arrested over a First Amendment issue on my birthday, now I cannot express to you how much all of these things were very confusing to me, because I was served on September 11th and this is August 13th. So I didn't even know that a divorce was secretly
Right.
filed. So all these things are happening behind my back to drive me completely insane.
They kept
And I
doing
had
this,
no
like,
idea what
teaser
was
to
going
you.
on.
Like
Yeah.
a trigger to you. It's
They
like
keep tricked because
really,
I had no idea that
like-
a divorce. If I had known a divorce was filed, I wouldn't throw any garbage
Right?
out. I would immediately file my own counterclaim And this is
You
so
kept asking,
insane.
and they
I
were
kept
like-
asking, where's the divorce agreement? Where's the divorce? And nothing was being served to me, and I didn't understand why. And that was to get more and more arrests of things I didn't do under my belt.
And more time for you to be out of the house so that, you know,
Yeah, now it looks
she
like
could
I haven't
formulate
been.
her more.
Yeah, now I
plan
haven't
and
been.
do
I haven't been in the
whatever
house
she
in
needs to do.
5 months, 6 months, and it is
Yeah.
so wrong. And not only will I go full force in my litigation efforts, because that is all a human being can do. Clearly, no one has any interest in a resolution. So please, alas, I will win. My numbers
will.
don't lie. What has been done to me is so wrong on so many levels that it doesn't take a rocket scientist or even a judge to comprehend that when a human being like me, who hasn't been in trouble in 2 decades, is arrested, almost 2 decades, and the things in between, I assure you that not only are they non-violent, my father-in-law engages in something far worse. And when I go into the dynamics of, listen, I've never committed a violent act in my life. And I say this in the softest tone because these are all domestic violence related arrests of things that I didn't do.
Right.
And I couldn't understand what was going on until September 11th. And I realized that, wait, October 2nd was another arrest, and this one was,
FMFV.
oh, this one's a complete lie. This one I knew that I was in a divorce, and this one is what the next couple of videos are really going to be about. So I guess we have a great show for you tonight.
I
This is
know,
really gonna be
right? 'Cause,
mind-blowing.
yeah, this is a big deal, this one.
This is
one
a really big deal, and I'm going to show you the evidence, and I'm tired of the secrets, and this is me being nice. I haven't said a single disparaging thing. I haven't accused anyone of anything that they didn't do. And how did I act?
Great.
There's a difference between having a lot of passion and being extremely distraught and upset over crimes that have committed against
Right.
you and your 2 minor children.
I don't think people really understand, like, your children are literally being held against
So are
me too,
yours.
for ransom.
Yeah,
Your home
taken away from
taken
me
away from you.
with no due
All of your
process
stuff,
whatsoever.
everything,
She has
anything
full
you ever
possession
want.
of everything. Now that he's
Everything-
been selling my stuff
anything you
in
ever,
secret for the
ever-
last 5
anything.
months.
All your
I could
property.
prove it. And
You have nothing. You
I have
been
nothing
blocked
except
from
to close.
everything.
I'm not allowed to communicate with my children for no reason whatsoever.
No, you have been completely severed.
So have you.
And it is unbelievable how supported not only she is, but how much she is supported by lawyers, courts, all these things where it's just so.
So let me get this straight, Jamie.
Yeah.
All these people accuse me of being insane, but what about the 25 years that I spent with Mallory? Was I insane then? Ladies and gentlemen, Matthew Smora, Jamie Solano, and all other attorneys that are pumping this rhetoric that Daniel is completely insane. I'm going to explain something to you, okay? I tried to amicably divorce my wife for the last 5 years. It was absolutely hell, and it was absolutely impossible. What you're listening to is a huge, huge pile of BS, so that what you have done is jeopardize your license to practice law because you have followed Mallory down the path of criminal negligence. That's as simple as I can make it. Anything more simple, well, you might as well just hang it up, because this video, it's a wrap. All right, that was a quick break. Nothing crazy.
Nothing crazy.
Nothing crazy. Nothing crazy.
Nothing crazy.
Nothing crazy. So here, this thing is almost ready. Are you ready to try your appetizer?
I am so ready.
All right. Get the dish out.
Everything looks so lovely.
You're not just gassing me up. You really believe that?
Well, you know I'm a big fan of your cooking. So, and you know how important it is to feed the belly,
The dogs.
the belly of the beast who's upstairs pounding the laptop.
All right. Here we go. This is your. Let me get one of these. Okay.
Yay.
Go ahead.
Excellent, thank you so much.
All right, tell me what your thoughts are.
All right.
While I prepare
I will start from the
the rest
beginning.
of this.
Have a good nut. Very good. Excellent. I like the addition of the dill. I do. Very good. Moving on.
Let's see what it looks like. That's pretty good, actually.
Very good. Oh, the hummus is really good. I'm a big fan.
The
What
hummus
did-
turned out good?
Yeah. You want
Yeah,
me to
that's
run?
no,
I don't
of
know.
course I'm gonna try this, but that's where I said.
This is where it got.
Well, that's where buying the pre-made ones. You really have to see that. I would put more olive oil in it.
Put them on. They're real good. I like the addition of the onion and the
And the what?
garlic.
My favorite thing to do is make my own tahini.
Oh,
Oh, wow! I didn't know this was open. But apparently it was. So that's okay. Okay. Fair enough. Let's go ahead
look
and
at that. It's all cleaned up.
put a little water.
Everything's really good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I do like it. I really am.
This hummus is amazing.
You are Miss Hummus.
Miss Yutani, get it right. Miss Leland
Miss
Yutani.
Leland Now, and you tried the chicken? It was up to par? More curry. And with the chicken, like I said, it gets reheated. I really wanted to make the falafel balls. And once the cucumber and tomato salad is made, usually, ironically enough, there's like this very strange overabundance of cucumber in an Israeli salad versus tomato. And I've always wanted to find out, is that because like tomatoes are rare or in Israel, or is it some sort of another reason?
I don't know, but
But it's a lot more cucumber than tomatoes, so, but I like tomato.
nice skills.
That's not, I was looking at a chop.
Ah.
It's crazy that I was told
What?
that I am a menace with a knife.
You are a menace with a knife, aren't you?
I like to cook. You know, guys, completely innocent human being. Couldn't hurt a fly. I like chicken well done. Call me crazy.
too.
Call me crazy.
Chef, can I have a fork, please?
I'm not a chef. I am small fork.
Yeah. I can try the carrot.
All right.
Slaw.
All right. It's not slaw.
What is it?
Korean carrots.
Korean carrot. Whatever.
Slaw.
It is. Ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You like it?
Yeah. I like it because it's refreshing.
Well, it's, you know, different flavoring. Is it good?
Yeah.
You like it? Well, so all
That
in
would
all,
be good on your bulgogi.
well, yeah, I make it all the time for both things. How's it tzatziki?
Good.
Oh, it's excellent.
Yeah.
You clean one?
I know.
That sting of garlic.
I'm not messing around over here.
Mm.
I put a dent in that hummus.
Nothing wrong with that. It's all health. All right.
But we are getting crazy tonight. Yeah, eating hummus, cooking chicken.
I know. Are you
capable of being a parent while sitting and letting me cook for you. What is it that you are doing?
You are disturbed.
You are a disturbance to your family. These YouTube videos are deranged. They're unhinged. I'm telling you, reading the things makes her sound like she's like 80 years old. And they're making these YouTube videos. Do you believe that these YouTube videos? Man, if I was on the other end of that, I would not be happy. You know why? Because it's all true. You sound like an old fart. There's lost track of reality. People who don't understand that the future is this. It's human beings who do not waste their time with one-on-one conversations about public knowledge. My public knowledge just happens to be very private. That's all. And it makes for very entertaining and mesmerizing television. But what it doesn't make for is a platform for people to just take and steal and manipulate and destroy everything that I love. So yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and stand up. But first, I'm gonna make Miss Resnick a really bitchin' dinner. Because she works really hard and she makes sure that the best interests of my children are always taken care of.
100%.
And I don't think that anyone actually recognizes this. Her own husband doesn't even recognize how much she has put forth in not only birthing the 3 children out of her own body. They're not adopted. He had nothing to do except being a sperm donor, just like my process. Please, men out there, give your women a little bit of fucking credit, or else a guy like me will be able to, and that's the last person you want. Why? Because I know for a fact that people really don't like me. So when I make them look bad, it's a lot worse than the way it looks look bad. I'll just call it how it is, Jamie. Call it how it is. Call it how it is, Jamie. I call it how it is. Israeli salad is really olive oil, salt, pepper, vinegar, lemon juice. Nothing more, nothing less. This is off. The chicken is ready. Now what we're going to do is we're going to take a little bit of a break.
Yeah, you deserve a little break.
Well, no, not yet. I want to. How? Honestly, would you like another pita? I like.
Yes.
You could just say yes.
Yes.
You could just say yes.
Yes.
Yeah, that's right. So that's why I am excited for Drake's Joint to restart, is because I believe that I smoke meat on a competitive level, and I believe that the only people that win are my customers when I put all of my pain and love and everything into the product. Coming right up, man.
That's true. You always made a good show.
Only when I'm in a bad place will the food taste really good.
We had a lot of fun.
We will continue.
You know?
You just need to make sure. So, on a single take, it's extremely hard to continue doing it. You know, I always want to make everything look good. Take this out.
You're doing a great job.
I'm doing an okay job. I appreciate the positive this one is.
You know, I've been a little
I still can't-
disappointed with the Jersey tomatoes.
These aren't Jersey tomatoes. These are Hot House. These are greenhouse tomatoes. And chicken. Well, that's what I was trying to tell you. This is Robinson's recipe. I would never share it with Mallory. That's one thing that she doesn't know about.
Excellent.
Is the chicken curry. And a lot of that has to do with her disrespect of me. But for that, we have to go negative, and we're not going to do that today.
No, we're staying positive. I really do feel like I got tickets to like a cooking show, like a
Really?
front row. Yeah. I do.
Wow.
It feels great.
you're saying that they tend to use more cucumber in this salad that you're making this right here?
Oh yeah, a lot more than tomatoes.
Oh, the thing's burning.
Oh wow. Look at that. It's okay. I appreciate that.
That's okay.
With no short-term memory, it's very difficult to lower the heat.
It's
It's a
alright,
little
just
part
a
that
tiny
burn.
little piece, exactly.
It's okay, but I appreciate it.
Of course.
I totally forgot that was there. For everyone's wondering, I actually do not have short-term memory, but I do the best I can with routines. That's why I like to cook, because with cooking, it just requires routines and repetition, as well as other little cheats that I'm able to do. But in court, for example, my family court, the judge has mistreated me and abused me so much that she has thrown my routines off for no other reason other than because she really doesn't like me. And her hatred towards me will all be on full display at an appeal, because I already know the way it's going to be ruled based on the preliminary rulings. Why else would you do the preliminary if you're not going to rule this way long term? Oh, good call. Thank you.
Of course.
I'll eat that.
So yes, we already know how much she's gonna.
Yeah,
That's
of
a
course.
no.
It's an obvious thing. And it's fraud. It's fraud on the people. It's fraud on my family. And I don't give a shit, because eventually the truth will always come out, no matter how much you want to hide it. Ask Bob Menendez. Oh wait, you can't. He's in prison. Well, you can. You could write him a letter and be like, "Hey, Bob, how are you?" That's how you should start it with. See what he says. ¿Cómo está, Señor Menendez?
I'm sure he's got plenty of people giving him information about.
Oh, I'm sure I am getting updated. So, Bobby, what's up? I kind of told you not to do this, but nobody listens to me until it's too late. I.e., I am here and you are in federal prison. A lot of the reason for that is because I am not a crooked politician, nor have I broken the law. And you're a human piece of garbage that has robbed tens of millions of human beings over the course of your lifetime. A few pennies at a time. Not anything substantial or noticeable, but trust me, moral theft and a theft of services for the American people was just as bad as anything else. Hey, Jamie, do you want red onions in your salad tonight? Let's go ahead and scoop that up right over here.
I like that.
Do you?
Yeah, you're making like
Well, I like the colors
Yeah.
before I mix. Always have been a fan of that.
yeah, I like a red onion.
Do you?
Yeah, I do. I love red onion on, obviously, bagel with lox and cream cheese.
Do you?
But also, yeah, I like
What's
a
with
red
you
onion.
and like dating Jewish guys? Do you mind if I ask that? Is that like a okay subject? Date like I feel like you're like.
I
really
haven't.
into
I've
Jewish
really
guys.
only dated.
I feel like that's one of the biggest issues that we had, is people always assumed because of your love of Jews.
Well,
Does your father know you're a Jew lover? Controversial.
it is very
Safe
controversial.
yet dangerous.
Exactly. I think that's just a
Loss of
you're
what?
making a generalization. Just
How's it
because-
generalization? Well, was your first husband Jewish?
Okay, well, first of all, it doesn't count. It was annulled.
It was
doesn't
annulled.
count. Like let's.
I don't think you
call
like the
a
guy. That's the guy that
spade a
called us on
spade.
speakerphone?
Yeah.
It makes me just want to cry.
It was
That or the onion.
cringe.
Oh my god, that's one of the worst experiences of my life.
Of my life.
Does Jared know about that? Jared should beat him up.
Care less.
Why can't they should fight.
Your tears. You're crying. They should fight.
They should fight. For your honor.
You're right.
Like
Thank you.
like the judge, your honor, not like literally your honor.
No, I'm kidding.
I mean, other than Jared, because I'm not counting Brian. I only dated one other Jewish guy.
Tyler Bedford?
Yeah.
You and I know the history of Jamie. The history of Jamie. It's like a museum of natural history. The who and what where of Jamie's vagina.
Damn.
What? I'm just serious. What happens when you date these guys? Listen, I am a honorable human being. You, believe it or not, are a very kind lady. You deserve to be spoken with respect. I don't think it's cool for this dude to just call you up and be like, well, I figured if I'm divorced. It was like the worst conversation in history.
It was so bad.
I would fucking...
It was so cringy. I couldn't believe it. I was like, is this really
I couldn't believe that I was in the car.
Talk about a look in the mirror kind of moment. Jesus Christ. I was like,
Who looked in the mirror?
Meaning, like,
I tried not
like,
to.
I can't believe this person just like, oh my.
Well, I mean, you know, that's... Oh,
Red.
onion.
Really, not the onion.
Oh. Lot of...
You get better.
What are we gonna do? I got my burnt pita. Okay. Before we do any food stuff, let's go ahead and wash our hands. All right.
Yeah, you're so funny.
What?
You can do a little dry spray.
Well, look, I'm not really sure how to express to the audience that we're just regular human beings. We don't do anything crazy. We're abnormal.
Crazy things sometimes happen to us, and we happen to film it, like the phone conversation.
Or what's his name?
Brian
John
Fox.
Lubineski. The
Yeah,
best,
right?
the best is Mallory defended John Lubin. My lawyer, I found John Lubineski and Mallory. In order for that man to do those things, we'll get to that during a deposition. Okay. Let's throw these bad boys together after we put a little bit.
What are we throwing together?
You know, we're throwing together those ingredients right in there. But for now, we're gonna go ahead and take a break at exactly 20 minutes.
Amazing.
And we need a little bit of the other vinegar, olive oil. Olive juice. See? That's how you know you're racist. All right. Here comes the closing segment of the cooking part of everything.
Amazing.
And one of the things I want to remind everyone is that I am not a good chef. I am not a good cook. I am an absolute nobody who has learned the art of putting ingredients together in conjunction with using applied mathematics. So on that note, I'm going to go ahead and wait for the oil to heat up for our falafel balls, which are right over here and they're pre-made. And I'm going to go ahead and use this container over here to put together our final product, which is the tahini, which is made fresh.
And I do find it fascinating because you say that like your mom didn't cook.
My mom was one of the worst cooks. She talked
So,
about
like-
how good of a cook she was, but she was
Like-
really bad.
like you're-
I think I'm a horrible cook, and people tell me I'm very good. People love my barbecue and stuff like that, but I don't think I'm very good at all. I think one day I'll be good, but I think that listening to my mom sell herself, this is the tahini sauce, obviously made fresh.
And then the bottom of the sauce is what we use for the serving. So this is what our final little bad boy is here for.
So are you just, would you call yourself a self-taught chef? Cook?
I like to call myself a jailhouse cook. A jailhouse cook uses only what they have at their disposal. And I find that to be really fascinating that some of the best cooks have come out of prisons and the penal system. Now, ironically enough, in the jail system, there is something called cooking, which is basically a combination of putting the ingredients that you find on commissary together in a microwave and mixing it all around and pretending like you're actually cooking. I find that to be disgusting. I strictly rely on a pure bread diet of tuna fish, saltine crackers or Ritz crackers, and tea. Nothing else. Do you have a lid for this? And let's put this bad boy away. And obviously we're gonna go ahead and utilize more of the parsley, the dill. And the dill we're gonna use mainly for this is perfect for another dish, as a garnish for the, here we go. As a garnish for the, everything's cleaned up, or we have dishes in the sink.
Yeah, they're
Sloppy.
first run of the
Well, at least
dishwasher
you
had
have,
to go.
at least you have the office fully ready for tomorrow morning. Tomorrow is the 3rd. I have 1 day over schedule, so tomorrow is when I'll be pumping out my business concepts and I'll go online. I'll tell you what the forecast is and which, if any of the concepts I'll be starting first. Hopefully it'll be done tomorrow, latest Sunday. I am a human being, I do need a break a little bit. I have been working since 5:30 in the morning because we were told that I had court today.
We were.
And I appreciate how you added the wheel. Let's go ahead and heat it a little bit.
Well, I'm there for
The oil should be ready.
emotional support, you know.
Thank you.
So.
As you can see, this is the Israeli salad. And what I'm going to do with this is make small portions and allow for you to understand why I keep the feta separate. Because everybody knows that feta makes it better. But you don't want to overdo. You never want to overdo. So what I do is, the oil looks like it's ready. So let's go ahead and now.
Oh, it didn't. It was like the mega roll. It's
Oh,
Lyndon
it's too
Hamilton
thick, huh?
said.
Too bulbous. That's what the word is. It's bulbous. Let's go ahead and let these simmer up in here. See, the oil's not ready yet.
I was gonna say it didn't sound like a.
No, it's not ready yet. But we go ahead and take out the feta. Take 1 brick, put the rest right in there. And what we want to do is, we want to make sure that it's at the right consistency pre-slicing. Big mistake people make is they always do this crazy chop. And it's not necessary. Now, Jamie, do you have any Kalamata olives that I can procure from you? This is where the Mediterranean aspect comes in. As you can see, I will very carefully take my time with the feta cheese. I find it to be a lost art when serving Mediterranean food. The sloppiness of the feta destroys salads. Call me crazy. Pearls. Did you know that one of my former employees, Jonathan Clem, made the logo for Pearls?
Oh,
He
really?
got it randomly. Yeah. It was one of those things where it's like a large corporation that wanted to save a lot of money.
I had no idea.
Yeah, he did the website for Pearls too.
Oh, look at you.
Yeah. So what we're gonna do is, it's a national brand. So right now I'm just experimenting.
Well, I had no idea falafel was so.
Well, one thing you want to do is you want to
Great.
flatten out falafel. A lot of people.
How come?
Well, because it cooks much faster on the exterior than the interior, so you'll find yourself with a raw falafel unless you push it down a little bit. You just want to push it down a little bit. And then when you cook it, when you eat it, it's much easier to put into a sandwich. So this falafel we're making with lavash.
Lavash. Well, I really enjoy this type of cooking, this type of cuisine, I guess you could
Why?
say. It's very, like, all the ingredients taste really fresh. It's light, you know, there's nothing really heavy. And I also love the little individual, like, servings of things that you can eat, that you made.
Uh-huh.
I like that as well.
You know what I was just thinking about?
What?
How much my kids love my cooking and how they've been told that they don't like certain things by my wife. It was really wild.
Like what? In what way? She'd be like.
Well, there's certain things where I knew that they really liked, but because she felt some sort of a jealousy, it's hard to explain. And I'd rather just stick to a positive narrative tonight. And I'm just thinking about how dumb you have to be as part of an organization of administrative bodies to think that I am anything but a positive role model for both my children or anyone else that chooses to really watch this channel and understand that, like, self-sufficiency, respect, honor, oh no, what am I doing that's so crazy? The truth is, the majority of you wish you had the ability. See, this is really cool. And also by flattening them, you also cover the whole thing with oil, especially if you don't want to use a lot of oil. I don't like to use a lot of oil. I'm not a big fan of over-oiling anything. So right now, these falafel little saucers,
Falafel sauces.
they are cute little falafel saucers. And all you have to do is flip the roll. You can use the same parchment paper. It's not like it was anything except water. Jamie's still getting a little cold. That's okay. How you feeling, Jamie?
It's just remnants. I'm almost 100%.
Remnants. Quick chop. So this goes right back in here at a later time. And as the falafel balls, now we have to flip these. And it goes by color. You really can tell the falafel was cooked based on the color. You want to have that golden brown consistency. And I know you think I'm crazy, but I cut each and every olive individually.
I do.
Each and every olive is individually cut. Because that's where you really guarantee the consistency for whoever you're serving. For me, unfortunately, it's just me and you tonight. No kids. No, seriously. It's very sad. We're able-bodied, extremely loving parents that have had 100% to do with the bearing, rearing, everything you can imagine of a child. And when the judge would say the kids stay with the mother,
Right?
it was so disturbing.
Apparently not.
It's really disturbing, and they're just flat out caught. I mean, honestly, they're just stuck in their own web of lies, where they're not going to be able to get out of it. Lord forbids this gets on a national stage to see what the judges in Essex County are up to.
Seriously, right?
Yeah, it's really horrible for you guys. You guys are very lucky that I've
been a really nice guy, and I don't feel like dealing with the media. So I've kept it all quiet and out of it. But eventually, you will see. It's a little too fine. Not too fine. So as you can see, sprinkle the olives. Sprinkle the olives.
Excellent.
Sprinkle the olives. For no more. You'll see a sprinkling of the cheese. A sprinkling of the cheese.
So lovely.
Okay, so that is ready.
And what's your vision for, how would you serve this?
Well, I'm going to show you everything.
Oh, you're gonna plate it and everything.
I'm going to show you everything.
Excellent. Look at it.
There are
Full
multiple
service.
ways. There are actually multiple ways to eat this, and that's why I left it all chopped up as one last piece right over here, because I will show you the way I would prefer to eat.
There you have me. I'm gripped. I'm cannot wait to see.
Well, first, we want to make sure that
What?
we want to make sure
That's
that
a big.
I want to make sure that the falafel is fully cooked, and it's okay to slightly overcook it, but you don't want to undercook it. That's why I'm going to leave this right over here.
What do you need, Chef?
What am I doing? It's my show.
All right. So
And welcome back.
at this point of the segment, we have gone to the store, and we'll continue to interject these very heavy-weighted, extremely difficult to follow segments with some lighthearted banter regarding the importance of nutrition. And when you engage in a project such as what I'm about to do, obviously I drag you along with me, but it's really important to have almost like not meals, but to have an assortment of food that's ready to eat whenever the people that are working on the project that they're working on, they develop an appetite. Because frankly, I've lost my appetite talking about this. Because
I know. You know, it's so interesting. On the walk downstairs, I was thinking, I am really self-conscious about the way I act on YouTube after everything, because I feel like, just like you feel, that everyone uses everything against you, the same is used
Interesting.
against me. And it's like, I was
talking.
less self-conscious about it before. But now, even like, the littlest thing, I'm like, oh God, they look like this, and
Yeah.
it's like a sick cycle to get into.
it's good to talk
because-
about it.
Yeah.
Because one of the things that I want to remind everyone is that human beings that choose to file and write and slander and lie about other human beings cause lifelong mental trauma. And what Jamie is discussing is that before she was extremely comfortable on YouTube, after what was filed against her, she has been extremely affected to a point where she cannot do her job properly.
Right.
And that is a very important part of the disrespect that she has seen both as a woman and a mother. And frankly, I really appreciate that you're saying this.
Yeah. Like,
It's nice that you're actually discussing the subjects that are difficult to discuss and that are causing some of the bottlenecks in the background
I mean,
of
think of
production.
you know, I never did anything, you know, all I did was work really hard, you know, and
Bones.
I just thought that I was doing the right thing with like on the kids side and all this other stuff, and just to see it all get thrown in my face, and to, you know, I'm trying to get more comfortable and feel like it's okay to be sad, it's okay to be happy, it's okay to have a routine. I'm just me, standing here doing the best I can, you know?
Well, you gotta be closer in frame if you really want. I appreciate you talking. I think that most people don't really understand how difficult it is to stand up here and discuss intimate topics that truly allow other people to have an open door to discuss, ridicule, and criticize the people standing up here and discussing the subject matter.
Yeah.
That's really what is at the heart of this. What's at the heart of this is you are more and more self-conscious as to the ramifications of you doing nothing more than communicating. You and I do not partake in the act of social media obsession.
No, we do
And
not.
I was able to get Jamie off the shit.
Yeah.
And I call it the shit because it's really a highly addictive.
So addictive.
It's highly addictive and it's extremely toxic when combined with any substances that alter your regular mind's wavelength. It is an enormous weight lifted off of my shoulders that Jamie is able to discuss this. It takes a lot of balls. I commend you, Jamie. I assure you that the people around me who have chosen to ridicule and criticize and put me down never have had or have the ability to speak honestly, openly, discuss subject matters that are direct. And after reading the things that were written in your court case against you and myself, I have really come to terms that I don't know who I married. I am extremely confused about everything that's been going on.
Yeah.
It is one thing to really not want to be with someone in a marriage or raise children with them. And it's another thing to go out of your way to sadistically hurt that individual, which I am not sure how the modern psychology world will look at this, of whether or not this is some weird form of love, but in reality it is not. It is a visceral response to nothing more than me having an assistant that I became very close friends with, while my wife also became very close friends with her. There is nothing sinister about that. There is nothing illegal. There's nothing wrong. There's nothing of an adult nature about that sentence. And I believe that it takes a lot of balls for you to finally stand up and say, hey, I'm really, really affected by the shit that's written about me.
Yeah.
It's true. So let us begin by shaking it all off
All right.
and saying that arrest number one, I've made a promise to my criminal attorney to not discuss it, so I'm going to go ahead and stick with that attorney,
Good idea.
with what I promised. Arrest number two is, and please understand, ladies and gentlemen, we are discussing very serious subject matters.
Yeah.
It is not lighthearted. This is not a form of entertainment or a joking matter. This is a very serious matter that involves some serious ramifications if I am found guilty of crimes that I didn't commit. But at the same time, I hang my hat on the truth and the legal justice system to really prevail on this one, because I couldn't have made it simpler, and this layout of facts will show anyone who is in doubt of what I'm trying to say, hey, that's really messed up. This guy triggered all this by filing the restraining order first, and then she filed one that's made up, at which point he was then arrested, and then
Spent 8 days.
8 days in jail. Then when he got out, they went to family, and she filed for divorce on the day that he got out without telling him for 2 months. And for 2 months, I would continuously be arrested for things without even knowing what on earth is going on. So let's dive in, and let's go ahead and just talk about arrest number 3.
Okay.
Okay? Which is the
Which-
same as
this one?
arrest number 4. No.
Oh, this here.
Right here, right. Arrest 2, what? Number 3,
That's
okay?
confusing, yes.
3
I'm
and
sorry.
4,
Yeah.
okay? Let's talk about 3 and 4. So let's make it clear to the audience, right? 3/4. So numbers don't lie. We are discussing when you and I
Okay.
were. Please understand that any human being who is falsely arrested is really at the mercy of some inhumane circumstances, because you are looked at as both guilty without ever having your day in court, and there are human beings like our former spouses that utilize an arrest without a conviction or without adjudication as a leverage mechanism to discredit you and your character as a human being.
Correct.
So anyone who is intelligent enough and manipulative enough and sinister enough can easily manipulate law enforcement in the circumstances that were created by me, which is the domestic violence arena. And the arena I speak of is also a venue. And what I did was I thought that I was doing the right thing. And apparently I really fucked up my entire life by putting faith in the County of Essex and the courts. And it's okay. They hate me. Only an entity that can possibly hate someone so bad can ever engage in this type of activity without ever standing up and saying, wait a second, okay, we did something wrong, we take responsibility. Oh, really? That's remarkable. Because we're going to discuss arrests 3 and 4. And while we do that, why don't you, as Jamie, I want to tell you something. I want to remind you that you have federal whistleblower status. This is criminal activity that is being both ignored and weaponized to create and justify more criminal activity. I assure you, under the First Amendment and Federal Whistleblower Right Act, as long as you don't say a single lie and stick to the facts of what is the crime that was committed and why it is so important for your voice to be heard by everyone, you are fully protected by everything.
It was the banging on the door, and then us being arrested for acts. I had no idea.
I was ripped out of my house.
The way we were treated by the Livingston Police Department was so disgusting. I was mortified. I've never been more embarrassed, mistreated. It's appalling, okay? And we had no idea. I had no idea why I was being arrested, what was going on. I had done nothing wrong. I had broken no law. I had committed no crime. It comes to find out that we were arrested because I was given permission by the judge and by the Matthew Smorrow, Mallory's attorney, to communicate between the parties as the third party communicator. We communicated probably over 100 times prior to this arrest. Calm, normal communication. Nothing out of the ordinary. Things about business, things about the boys, things about everything. Normal. All of a sudden I'm arrested. I have no idea why, because I'm harassing her, because I'm communicating with her. And that's it. And so that's why I'm arrested.
And I was arrested for instructing her to communicate, and which was instructed to me by the courts of, I have material things, parenting rights, communication
I could
issues.
read the emails. They're basic,
100%
100% normal
100%.
communication.
Let me
There's
tell you
nothing
something.
harassing in them whatsoever.
We have submitted all the emails to the courts.
Everything.
Every single communication was already submitted to the courts, yet no one is doing a single thing about it. Because what you don't understand, and you're missing about this whole thing, is that the second that the courts recognize what they have done, and realize how wrong they have treated both myself, my children, Ms. Resnick, they will be in a lot of trouble, and they know it. So it is not in their scope of morality to accept responsibility for creating the circumstances and completely ignoring the fact that both Jamie and I were arrested. Now, I want to remind everyone that Mallory too was arrested in this, but she perpetrated the actual violation of the restraining order by creating these weird, she created pickles. I made pickles for Pierce. I don't know what kind of a monster makes
I
pickles.
still don't know if she was ripped out of her house without shoes on.
Yeah, she was never. No. She was
Let's
calmly.
talk about this.
Mallory was allowed to go into the police station on her own time. What Jamie and I, what happened was Officer Domanowski and a few other police officers showed up at our house, and they ripped me out of the house with no shoes on and brought me barefoot to the Livingston Police Department.
Oh, yeah.
How humiliating is this for the department? How on earth can you possibly justify this? And this is all on body camera that is being withheld from me, obviously. And they have the audacity to file motions in court saying we have no responsibility for this.
They denied me like basic human
The
rights.
actual arrest was illegal. There was no evidence that allowed anyone to arrest myself or Jamie on this incident. There was no evidence. There was evidence of what Mallory had been doing, and I simply drew it to their attention as a response to the insanity of this setup. And I was right. I was right all along. I was then obviously arrested for throwing out garbage when we had a verbal nesting agreement already in place. 8 days I spent in county jail. I'm sure my neighbor doesn't give a shit about that. But this person is complicit
Definitely
in a really, really heinous act of miscategorization of my intentions, as well as just the general disgust of how naive I was to not see that this is a complete
What's going
setup.
on, yeah.
And so, Jamie, what else? Forget about the actual acts of the Livingston Police Department and how wrong they acted.
But this was
How does
just
it make you feel as
this
someone
was
who
just
did
her
nothing wrong?
trying to target, like, frame me in this story she was making, which I couldn't believe what was unfolding in front of my eyes, especially just up until recently when you spoke about the fact about when she filed for divorce and visiting day and all that stuff. Like, I mean, like, I knew that there was this level of
You gotta get on
hate
camera.
and disgust and deceit and revenge, but like, I didn't realize the
Yeah, it's
actual
wild. It's
levels
wild.
where it
It's
went.
wild.
So,
And what's really, really,
but like the correlation.
we're looked at as the bully.
You know, right?
That's the insanity. The insanity is that Jamie and I are perpetrated in court as harassing, as these videos are harassing, when all I'm doing is saying none of the courts are recognizing the reality of what has just transpired by misuse of both venue and circumstances. And Mallory has been fully rewarded. She's been paid by Child Protective Services. She gets full custody. She has absolutely everything she's ever wanted. And I'm doing everything I can to scream and say, Mal, let's end this nonsense, to the response that I get, which is, I want everything and you're a piece of garbage and get out of the kids' lives.
Yeah.
And it's unreal. It's unreal that even after being outed for these horrible things, no one on the other side will take responsibility for supporting this.
No.
This
of
is
course not.
horrible. This makes them look horrible. Anyone who doesn't understand that these arrests are all predicated on false information fed to both law enforcement and law enforcement's inability to distinguish between fact and fiction without even giving me a chance to both express what's going on
Yeah.
as well as take corrective actions, because I wasn't even aware about certain things that are going on. So the filing of the divorce is very key, so that Mallory is going after me as a human being so that she can set herself up in a much better position to look really good in front of the divorce judge and be like, look, he's been arrested 5 times, he's out of control, these YouTube videos are crazy.
Like, not only that, the lawyers that support this behavior.
That's
You know,
wild.
some of the things that have been put into certification, I'm just like, as someone who passed the bar and took an oath, like, you're gonna be cool with this?
Yeah,
Like,
I don't know.
I'm a
You guys are
little-
writing.
Like, your
you guys
moral
are really.
compass has really
It's not
dipped.
just moral compass. It's just I'm going to tell you right now. I fully legally was given the declaration that Mallory made in the lawsuit that you're filing against her, which is fully normal and civil, and she has. I don't know where she's, like, I don't know who this person is, but the things that I read that she wrote were such lies. They were so far-fetched from reality of what actually happened, how everything transpired, how she was in a position to have temporary ownership of one of my properties for safekeeping and trust, which was thrown out the window by her own actions in Chapter 7. It really started with Chapter 7. That's why I keep referencing the show The Beast in Me, because Chapter 7
Yeah.
is, first off, it's very difficult to watch. And speaking of which, let me interject a little bit of calmness into this thing. First off, Stranger Things, impossible to watch. Jamie apparently has really gotten into the drama of it, but
I'm really into it. I am. I think there's a little bit much going on. I think they could have needed a little more.
Unwatchable.
Yeah.
Huge disappointment. But on the contrary, the really good show that really.
Well, hopefully Max is almost out.
All right. So the really good show, I believe, is Fallout. Fallout is really, in my opinion, they do an incredible job. And back to, remember, it's one cut, no editing. And the only thing we do is we splice together different parts of the day in order to interject a little bit of levity. That's what I was. Levity,
I like it.
Levity, balance.
Balance.
And the only thing that we're going to be doing today is taking a break in order to pick up tonight's dinner. At which point I will both utilize cooking dinner and
which we will be shamed for.
I will be shamed for discussing, and
for making carrots.
I'll explain.
You piece of shit.
You're a piece of shit for cooking dinner on YouTube, Jamie. You're a horrible, horrible human being. You guys realize?
Wait,
do you guys realize
did you ever
in
tell
time?
them I picked carrot?
I think that I don't want to give away the trick, and I think that whoever actually followed the instructions found themselves to be amazed and in wonder of how I'm able to do it, and other people who did everything they could to not follow instructions and go against it and pick a different vegetable. Well, I assure you, when you tell me what vegetable it is, I can tell you something else. So
Funny.
the mind plays tricks on you, and words don't help. But numbers are just simply irrefutable. They're relatively simple, and even my two boys, who are not of an age where they really understand what Dad is all talking about, and I respect that. I respect them as human beings. I also don't see them as little children. I see them as young adults who will blossom and grow into these beautiful human beings if given the chance. Unfortunately, they have been deprived of a lot of aspects, especially by having me removed from their life, because I feel that I was the parent that really educated them on many, many parts of life that go outside of both the rudimentary textbooks that are given at the Livingston public curriculum, as well as the garbage that they're getting on TikTok and social media, where I really discussed some very important topics such as geometry, physics, history, movies, literature, art, science, astronomy, countless things such as leadership, coaching, game theory, arithmetics, and chess, as well as cards, legalized gambling versus illegal gambling. And I could actually go on for hours. And that's me. I'm a very loving and an intelligent father who really cares about his boys. I understand that my spouse cannot come near my level of interaction and my ability to get down on the boys' level and really say, hey, what's wrong, guys? Talk to me, I'm Dad. And I'll let everyone ponder that. And it is because of these things right here, these completely fabricated and false arrests, that Jamie has to defend herself in a litigation that she filed, which is fully legit, honest, and actually pretty down key for what it really could have been, as far as the sensational aspects of the facts that she can present on her side. The facts are overwhelming on her side, and I don't know why the other side chooses to continue to invent stories and put declarations and make them as declarations in actual court. And I assure you, if given a chance to speak, I will not only refute the majority of them, I will go into very serious detail as to what the reality was. I will take responsibility of what role I played in this, because a human being is absolutely useless if they can't look in the mirror this situation and circumstances is partially my fault because I had great trust in my marriage as well as the human being behind the marriage, and I really screwed up, and I don't believe that the courts will ever buy the adversary's story, especially given what I'm about to say, and I'm going to save it for court because I don't think that it's fair at all. And when a person doesn't think something is fair, they can cry about it, they can complain about it, or they can actually do something about it. So I apologize that I'm going to choose option 1, which is I'm actually going to do something about it.
All right, good.
Okay?
Yeah.
So I think that we have really expressed what's going on right over here. And I think that this video is just what is needed in order to display the video evidence of a testimonial of what has transpired. All right, I guess I'm back.
Okay.
One of the most interesting things is let's go ahead and wash our hands. Doesn't matter where you were, as long as you weren't in the kitchen, you really should scrub up.
I like that.
It's an important part. Let's go ahead and turn this off. Let these finish cooking for the last 30 seconds. And what we're gonna have is the final product. I know they don't look really good. Kind of look like little shit balls. Falafel is an acquired taste,
Oh shit.
but I do believe that the way I make it does make it taste really good. And I have a little paper towel to soak up some of the oil. You don't want to make it too greasy and too oily. So what we have is our 2 proteins. And I'd say proteins because usually at all these restaurants and everything they utilize. So we need a little bit more to make this right. Take this. I made my little feta sticks already, so it's easy. So the first wrap I'm gonna make for you.
Okay.
And one thing that I will add to this, which doesn't need to be filmed, is some rice. It's very easy to cook. I'm sure you have some of the package.
Mm-hmm.
But
You want me? I'm good.
what's that? You're okay with no rice?
Yeah. You want me to make rice?
Let's take a little pause. Let's see what our rice options are
Okay.
before we go into anything.
Okay.
During these 2 arrests, where the Livingston Police Department fall into it, where does the other side fall into it, where does Mallory's attorney fall into it?
Right.
Are we missing anything? Is there anything else you want to add before we
Are
cut the
we
clip?
missing? I mean, I'm sure we're missing a couple of things. But I think these are the highlights.
off camera.
Sorry, you can't not. Sorry,
You don't have to
I'm not
apologize, you're
used
just
to the
off
camera
camera.
so close. You can't refute these numbers and the dates and what happened. You know.
Not to mention the fact that there's arrest logs, police video, recordings, everything you can imagine. And I'm not even given the full database of recordings. That's how bad it is.
Yeah.
That's how humiliated the LPD is, that they refuse to even give me all the recordings that are associated with all this. I have never seen the recording of us being arrested out of the house. I didn't hear the videotape of Matthew Smora. I haven't seen the video evidence of Mallory.
Not for lack of
coming in.
asking.
Wait, we haven't even gotten to number 7. Number 7 is the most
Oh, I know.
insane
We really need to talk
one.
about that.
And I don't know if I'm going to save it for tomorrow's episode or today's episode, because I really need the audience to understand that if you're overwhelmed in watching this, can you please imagine what it's like to be us and having to deal with it? And on that note, please savor some of this delicious, good old-fashioned New Jersey Middle Eastern. I'm gonna make the first one. So at the end of the night, I don't know what happened to my. Oh, here it is. At the end of the night, you don't want to be losing your hair in the food. So today we got a lot done. We were able to do the timeline, which I really didn't want to do, and I want to make sure that we wrap up all of the timeline BS in today's segment. And what I'm going to do is make a quick,
Wrap.
as you can see, wrap it up. I'm going to wrap it up, and I'm going to use tahini as the garnish, but the base I'll use hummus. I'm going to need some more hummus. You know what? I'm going to do the tzatziki to start. I'm going to do tzatziki, and I'm going to do the grilled chicken.
Here you go.
Okay, and then the hummus, we're going to go ahead and take some plain hummus. It's too much. It's okay. And as you can see, David, we're gonna go ahead and take the Kalamata olives.
Oh, what a great idea.
Yeah, as a flavoring base. That was the whole
Nice. That's
point of that. And then we're gonna go ahead and take, I could use this spoon. I have chicken.
Yum.
It's all heated up. So you don't want to go too much. This is where the tahini really comes in.
Yeah.
But first, we're going to put a little vegetables in it. Make sure they're dry. And that's where then you sprinkle the tahini on top.
Looks
okay?
so good. And I get to eat it.
Jamie. Do you have tin foil? Tin foil is often used in the service process. Can you break me off a piece? Okay, perfect. So what I like to use the tin foil for is, as Offspring said, you got to keep it separated. You got to keep it all together. So then, once you have your full wrap done, go ahead.
Oh, wow.
Add hot sauce to taste. Let's go ahead and try that. See, this is, in my opinion, the most delicious way to eat this plethora.
Well done.
That was excellent. It sounds like if I started a restaurant.
Oh my.
The garlic, you taste that?
So good.
Wow. Let's go ahead and lower the heat. And our pre-made box of couscous. It's just couscous. Oh, I forgot that seasoning. It's alright.
These are world class
Isn't it good?
wraps. Yeah.
I like that you recognize that it's world class.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. All right.
Everything's delicious.
Really, was that good?
Chicken's really good.
All right.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead and enjoy this. Let's finish up our
Bon appetit.
work for the day. It's only 6:30, so you have at least no more than 5 hours of work left, so you have nothing to worry about.
Awesome.
So let's go ahead and plow
Pizza cake.
world's best assistant ever. All right, this is the wrap-up segment. It was about 1 second in between the last take, which is the intro segment, and I want to give credit to Mr. Matt Rose. also known as Math Rose. And Math Rose is not a mistake. If you take the name Matthew and you cut it right in half, it's math, not Matt, with 2 T's. That's a strange paradox. It should be Matt, but everybody knows. Then you have the nickname Doormat. And that was one of the nicknames that I had for Matt Rose, is Doormat Rose. And anywho, so let's bookend this segment. This is the wrap-up sequence. Ladies and gentlemen, please, if you can look at my behavior at the first segment and the last segment, and please understand that everything in the middle is nothing more than an art piece which displays the true nature of my inner monologue, and I'm able to wrap Jamie into this because I need to use her case as evidence to any appeals judge or a federal judge that is looking at this and can say, wait a second, this is an isolated incident whereby it is because of this man's various record, that's why this was caused. Well, pause. Is that why Jamie had her kids taken away as well? Because if that's the case, you're just fabricating and lying. And if that's not the case, I'm sorry, I demand an explanation. I apologize that your attempts to bully and discredit me did not work. My name is Daniel M. Reeses. I'm a father, I'm an ex-husband, but what I'm not is I'm not a crook. I don't take people's money that doesn't belong to me. I don't lie in court about it. I don't invent stories. And as a matter of fact, the attempts to suppress and silence me only shows me the value of my content. My name is Daniel M. Reeses. I want everyone to take a second to digest the 4 hours plus of content that I laid forward. And remember one thing. If you are not on the right side, you're on the wrong side. Because at this point, we have come down to 2 options. Either you're part of a conspiracy, which is totally okay. I did not choose to partake in it. I want nothing to do with it. I have proven it to be true via documented processes and submissions that I have continued to submit. And I'm sorry that you guys are all busted. You know, you get to a certain age and you just look in the mirror and you look busted and you are busted. And I'm sorry for anyone that does not understand that Jamie does look good. And I don't date Jamie or anything like that, but whoever's lucky enough to get her is really a lucky guy or girl or whatever Jamie chooses to, because she is an awesome human being. And I was absolutely right because I had a choice. My choice was very simple. Continue to stay married and be abused, or get out of the marriage via a normal, legitimate, amicable process. Obviously, my wife didn't want either one. She didn't want me out of the marriage, so she did everything she could to sabotage all of my efforts in business. Because remember, if I'm not able to make money, then I'm a loser, and she dumped a loser. But if she steps aside and allows me to win, which is what I do for a living, game theory, entrepreneurial sciences, and kick-ass results, then she would look back. This whole thing is about preset set of conditions in order to make me look horrible and prevent me from ever earning a living by fucking with me endlessly. And I'm sorry, you are all busted, especially people who have submitted declarations that are just filled with lies. Tomorrow is a very big deal. And after tomorrow, I hope that I'll be able to speak and express the gratitude of the reality of the criminal justice system, which really is something that I'm going to take a pause on because I know about the criminal justice system very well. And I have not seen, in my own eyes, any innocent people go to jail in the state of New Jersey. I'm not saying it doesn't happen. I'm not saying that it doesn't happen every day. I know it happens every day. But me, I've had some significant experience in the criminal justice system. And I believe that that's one of the most fairest and honest and truest systems there is if you're honest with it. If you choose to lie about what you had done, the criminal justice system will defend itself. And I support it because I have not seen it violate any constitutional rights. My name is Daniel M. Reeses. I assure you that justice will prevail. It might take a little bit of time, it might take a few more videos, but if you see nothing else in this video, note my resilience and my inability to stop fighting. So the more that people fight against me, the stronger I will become. My name is Dan Rieses. I hope you've enjoyed the show.